Chapter 3740. Romance Chinese Network. The bloody sun reappeared and the demon descended to the human world. The monsters were already frightened and moved away. The other martial artists, who were hiding in the cave of the slaying dragon, also hid and did not dare to show themselves. The power of the bloody sun was terrifying and radiated throughout the entire cave of the slaying dragon. At this time, in the kingdom of blood, the old man with a crutch was not affected at all and kept staring at the bloody battlefield. The number of blood puppets on the battlefield had reached a new height. There were thousands of them. Can he hold on? Even the old man with a crutch was a little worried about Fang Chen. After all, there were so many blood puppets. If Fang Chen made a mistake, he would definitely die. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Fang Chen was. He held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and fully activated the 4 origin powers. At the same time, he also absorbed a large number of blood pills and activated his perfect bloodline to suppress the blood puppet. Crack! One after another, the blood marmoths were killed by him. At this moment, he did not even have time to collect the blood pills. Once his movements were filled with a sliver, death would be waiting for him. Kill! He roared to the sky and kept waving the Spirit Slayer sword. However, there would always be a time when one's strength would be exhausted. After fighting for 7 days and 7 nights, Fang Chen finally could not hold on and made a fatal mistake. Crack! One of the blood marmoths behind him struck his shoulder with his palm. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body was sent flying. Roar! Hordes of blood-maned marmoths roared angrily. They swarmed forward, trying to kill Fang Chen. What should I do? At this critical moment, a trace of anxiety flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Buzz! Terrifying sword chi gushed out from his body as he displayed the invincible sword technique. At this moment of life and death, he understood the true meaning of the invincible sword technique. I see. He slashed with his sword and the Spirit Slayer sword turned into a giant sword and swooped down with invincible sword chi. Wherever the giant sword passed, all the blood puppets were annihilated. This is an invincible aura? The old man with a crutch was dumbfounded. A layer of sword chi rippled and covered the entire bloody battlefield. The sword suppressed the blood puppets. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen was overjoyed and he waved the Spirit Slayer sword happily. The original pressure was gone and it was replaced by invincible confidence. Invincible sword technique. Was invincible translation. Translation all the time, he had been comprehending and improving the invincible sword technique. In the bloody battlefield he had been in the bloody battlefield for a while, and this was because the heaven-slashing 5 swords was a supreme technique. It was even more powerful than the invincible sword arts. Because he had been using the heaven-slashing 5 swords all the time, Fang Chen was able to comprehend the sword move that he was so confident about in his life and death situation. Thus, it merged with the undefeatable way of the sword and unleashed a shocking strike. God translation. Even the old man with the crutch had never seen such a shocking swordsmanship in this era. The belief of invincibility was integrated into his swordsmanship. This was the true invincible sword Dao. What was invincible? Suppressing all the worlds in a crushing manner. Destroying the enemy with unparalleled power. Confidence was always there. This was the invincible sword technique. Whoosh! The invincible sword art's destructive power slashed on the blood-man's body, and the blood-maned was instantly annihilated. A sword technique comparable to the supreme sword technique. The old man with a crutch trembled. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be able to create such a sword technique. His sword technique is too strong. Even the former sword saint didn't have such an invincible sword technique. In his memory, the scene of the former owner of the Kingdom of Blood fighting with a sword saint appeared. The latter's sword technique that could split mountains and destroy the starry sky was still unforgettable. And now, he finally saw such an exquisite sword technique again. It was no exaggeration to say that Fang Chen's invincible sword technique was almost invincible. At least, it could be ranked first among the sword technique. The breakthrough of the invincible sword technique caused his strength to increase rapidly. Moreover, Fang Chen found that the invincible sword technique seemed to be able to restrain the blood puppets better. On the contrary, the sky-slashing 5 swords restraint was weaker. Could it be that they are immune to the origin power when they are born? This was the only explanation that made sense. Boom! When the last sword slashed down, the last blood puppet exploded. Fang Chen was so tired that he collapsed to the ground. The bloody battlefield was covered with blood pills. Congratulations! The old man with a crutch looked at Fang Chen with a smile. The bloody battlefield disappeared and Fang Chen returned to the ground. He handed the Qiankuan bag to the old man. "Your blood pills are all here," said the old man with a crutch. The fact that Fang Chen was able to pass the second test had truly shocked him. However, if he could pass the second test, the third test should be easy. "I thought you would fail," said the old man with a crutch. "I didn't expect your sword technique to have a breakthrough at the last moment and annihilate the blood puppets." Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. At the same time, he was also quickly recovering his strength. The fierce battle in the bloody battlefield had consumed too much of his strength. He almost collapsed. If he had held on for even 1 more minute, he would have died. He might as well have a breakthrough in the invincible sword technique. "I am invincible. I should dominate the world." The essence of the invincible sword technique was deeply imprinted in Fang Chen's mind. It's funny that I always thought that the invincible sword technique was inferior to the sky-slashing 5 swords. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. After all, the sky-slashing 5 swords belonged to someone else. Although it was a supreme technique, it was not the most compatible with him. Moreover, he could not perform the strongest and complete sword technique before he mastered the last sword technique. The invincible sword technique was different. It was born from the invincible sword technique and was created according to his own situation. It was very compatible with him. Moreover, he was able to know its every movement trajectory and even its position every second. Under such circumstances, the breakthrough in the invincible sword technique was like a timely help. Phew! He felt that it was a close call. "I have to say, your sword technique is really powerful." The old man with a crutch sighed. At this moment, the blood-red sun above the cave of the dragon-slaying cave suddenly soared and then began to expand. A terrifying power swept across the world as if it would explode at any time. Buzz! An amazing invincible sword chi rushed into the sky and drilled into the blood-red sun. This intensified the expansion of the blood-red sun. Thump! Thump! The earth was trembling and the mountains were shaking. Everyone in the cave of the dragon-slaying cave was in a panic. Everyone's heart was full of panic. If the blood-red sun exploded, it would definitely destroy the cave of the dragon-slaying cave. They were even looking for an escape route. The monsters roared to the sky and fled frantically. However, no one would have guessed that the person who caused the reappearance of the blood-red sun was Fang Chen. Chapter 3741. "Now you have passed the second test," the old man with the crutch said with a smile. "You can't participate in the third test at all in your current state. Wait until you are in a better state." Moreover, the old man with the crutch told him that there was no limit to the time he could participate in the third test. In other words, Fang Chen could participate whenever he wanted. Okay. Fang Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to recover. The 4 origin forces surrounded his body and protected him. In his meridians, the aura of Sword Tao flowed, giving people a feeling of incomparable vigor. The residents of the White Ape clan. White Ape raised his head and looked in the direction of the cave of the slaying dragon, staring at the movement of the blood-red sun. Boom! All of a sudden, The pressure of the blood-red sun spread out. White Ape's expression changed. He informed the three brothers to get ready to enter the cave of the slaying dragon at any time to rescue Fang Chen. Grandpa White, what happened? Did Fang Chen encounter danger in the cave of the slaying dragon? With his strength, it shouldn't be. The three brothers asked with a puzzled look. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. White Ape said in a deep voice, wait here, I will go to the core of the Forbidden Zone. Hearing this, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of Bai Yi and his brothers. The core of the Forbidden Zone was where the primitive tribes lived. Although the White Ape clan was a subordinate tribe of the primitive tribes, their status was very low. Normally, they were not qualified to enter the core of the Forbidden Zone. But now, White Ape was going to the Forbidden Zone. This showed that the seriousness of the matter was beyond their imagination. Don't worry, Grandpa White, we will definitely keep an eye on the situation in the cave of the slaying dragon. We promise to rescue Fang Chen as soon as possible. White One nodded heavily. After White Ape finished his words, he set off with peace of mind. With the help of the White Ape clan's teleportation array, they soon arrived at the core of the Forbidden Zone. Here, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was not at all obvious that this was the Forbidden Zone that people feared. The White Ape clan requests an audience. White Ape stood near the teleportation array and did not go out. He knew very well that the Forbidden Zone seemed to be full of birds and flowers, but in fact it was full of murderous intent. If he wandered around, he would attract a fatal disaster. What's the matter? A melodious voice, as if it existed since ancient times, came from the depths of the Forbidden Zone. The blood sun appeared in the cave of the slaying dragon. White Ape cupped his fists and said. The core of the Forbidden Zone fell into silence. After a long while, the voice was heard again. Your White Ape clan must handle this matter well. A rough voice entered White Ape's ears. I don't care about anything else, but there is one condition. That guy cannot die. White Ape's heart trembled when he heard this. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the primitive races in the Life Forbidden Zone were also paying attention to Fang Chen. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. I understand. After asking for instructions from the primitive races, he knew what to do. After the White Ape left, a sigh came from the Forbidden Zone. No one knew what the sigh meant. Bai Yi and his brothers had been watching the situation in the cave of the extinguishing dragon. The blood-red sun had been expanding, and its speed was getting faster and faster. It was about to completely cover the entire cave of the extinguishing dragon. Terrifying power continued to surge. Voila! When White Ape appeared, Bai One and the other two brothers were overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Grandpa Bai, what's the situation? White Ape looked at the three young men and said in a deep voice. Let's go to the cave of the extinguishing dragon and rescue Fang Chen. Carefree Manor, Governor's Mansion. Still no news. It had been more than 300 years, and Fang Chen still had not come out. Don't worry, Marquis. The cave of the extinguishing dragon is a sacred place for cultivation. There are countless opportunities inside. I think the three geniuses of our Carefree Manor will be able to gain something. The one who spoke was Patriarch Lu. Because of the quota of the cave of the extinguishing dragon, the Lu clan had completely allied with the Carefree Manor. Moreover, the alliance between the Bright Manor and Sky Moon Manor had been going against the Carefree Manor for the past 100 years. Therefore, the alliance between the two forces was even stronger. Report. At this moment, a servant ran in hurriedly. Marquis, there is an urgent report from the border. The Bright Manor and Sky Moon Manor's allied army has arrived. They have officially declared war on the Carefree Manor. Hearing this, Marquis Xiaoyao's face instantly turned serious. Humph. Patriarch Lu snorted. The Bright Manor and Sky Moon Manor haven't even dealt with the internal conflict. How dare they expand? He stood up and looked at Marquis Xiaoyao. Then, they went to the border together. A few days later, at the border, the three armies faced each other. Marquis Xiaoyao and Patriarch Lu stood side by side in the void, gazing ahead. The armies of the Bright Manor and Sky Moon Manor were black in color. The two manor lords were also standing at the front. Marquis Xiaoyao, we meet again. A muscular middle-aged man in black laughed heartily. He was the manor lord of Bright Manor, and also an invincible saint. He was best at the immobility of Bright Manor, and was known to have the strongest defense. Beside him was a gentleman in white, holding a folding fan. He was the manor lord of Sky Moon Manor, known as the Scholar of Sky Moon, because he liked to recite poems during battles. Furthermore, his personal weapon was a writing brush. He looked ordinary, like a weak scholar. However, no one dared to underestimate him. To be able to become the manor lord, one could imagine his strength. In the vast origin world, many invincible saints wanted to compete for the position of manor lord. Marquis Xiaoyao, isn't it time to settle the score between us? The manor lord of Sky Moon Manor said casually. How? Marquis Xiaoyao asked in a low voice. The two manors are reputable forces in the origin world. How dare you join forces to go against the Carefree Manor? What a disgrace! Patriarch Lu did not give the two manor lords any face and mocked them. If the four main branches know about your actions, will it affect your disciples' entry into the four great sanctuaries? As soon as he said that, the two manor lords' expressions changed. However, they quickly regained their composure. You don't have to worry about that, the manor lord of Sky Moon Manor said. Patriarch Lu, I don't want to criticize you. How glorious was your Lu clan in the past. What about now? The manor lord shrugged. I can only say that your Lu clan's decision to move to the Carefree Manor was the wrong one. Why don't you move to the Bright Manor instead? I promise to give you 10 times the treatment you get in the Carefree Manor. Humph. The manor lord of Carefree Manor waved his sleeve, and a terrifying aura spread out. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think the Carefree Manor is afraid of you? As manor lords, they were all invincible saints. No one was willing to bow to them. Xiaoyao Ho, you won't be able to stop us if we join forces, the manor lord of Sky Moon Manor said. However, we don't want to completely destroy the Carefree Manor, as long as you can promise us one thing. Chapter 3742. What condition? Xiaoyao Ho's aura did not diminish. This time, the two prefectures came with great force. If a war really broke out, Xiaoyao Manor was not confident of winning. If they failed, it would mean that Xiaoyao Manor would completely fall apart. This was not something Xiaoyao Ho wanted to see. That was why he asked. Your Carefree Manor has always controlled a passage to the primal chaos battlefield. If you can give up 2/3 of it to our two manors, we'll stop here. We'll also swear in the name of the Devouring Demon Clan's chief that we'll never invade your Carefree Manor again, the Sky Moon Manor Lord said with a smile. That's right. This is our only condition. If you agree, we will retreat and become the best allies of Xiaoyao Manor. The Bright Lord Prefecture Lord added. Hearing this, Deputy Xiaoyao's face darkened. He did not expect them to be thinking about the passage to the chaos battlefield. Master, Patriarch Lu whispered into his ear. After all these years of harvesting, the chaos battlefield is almost worthless. Rather than that, it would be better to give some to Tianyue Prefecture and Bright King Manor. In the end, the three parties reached an agreement. Carefree Manor gave up 2/3 of the control of the passage to Sky Moon Manor and Bright King Manor. The two prefectures also took out a huge amount of wealth and gave it to Xiaoyao Manor as an exchange. After all, to the two prefectures, as long as they could control the passage, it was better than anything else. They did not really want to declare war. If they did, although they would destroy Xiaoyao Manor in the end, both of them would suffer great losses. To Xiaoyao Manor, this was the only way out. They could only use a huge amount of wealth to recoup some losses. Haha, happy cooperation, the Sky Moon Prefecture Lord said. Xiaoyao Ho, prepare for the handover ceremony. We will send someone to control the passage soon. The Bright Lord Prefecture Lord could not wait to send someone to the chaos battlefield. Besides that, undercurrents were surging all over the origin world. There was a rumor that someone saw the demon-devouring clan leader standing on the peak of a volcano, as if he was going against the heavens. Some said that it was an illusion and not the real body of the demon-devouring clan leader. Some said that the demon-devouring clan leader had not shown up for countless eras. He had died long ago, but the 4 major branches kept it a secret. All kinds of rumors could be heard. The entire origin world was in a state of panic. Everyone was actively increasing their strength in preparation for the impending disaster. As for the Chaos Realm with a great monarch standing guard, there shouldn't be any major problems. As for those from the Devouring Demon Clan who had barged into the Godsfall battlefield from the Primal Chaos battlefield, the Great Sage did not kill them all. Leaving them alive was a form of training for the warriors of the Primal Chaos Realm. If they couldn't even withstand this kind of tempering, then they would definitely die in the upcoming catastrophe. In the Kingdom of Blood, Fang Chen was completely unaware that his every move affected the hearts of all living beings in the entire chaotic realm. It took him a full 3 months to fully recover. Whoosh! He held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and performed the invincible sword technique. Streaks of exquisite swordsmanship were displayed in front of him. Pa pa pa! The elder with the walking stick couldn't help but applaud. It was just too exquisite. Your swordsmanship has already reached the greater mastery realm. It is only a step away from a supreme technique. Furthermore, because it was created by you, it is extremely compatible with you. That is why it is able to unleash power comparable to a supreme technique. The elder with the walking stick commented, in time, you will definitely become a sword saint, or even a sword Dao Supreme. The last sword Dao Supreme was Fujian Supreme. My body has recovered. Can I participate in the 3rd test? Fang Chen asked. Before the great calamity, he had to transform his perfect bloodline. If possible, it would be best if he could step into the Supreme Realm. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. The 3rd test is the heart. The elder with the walking stick waved his hand and a sealed blood-red space appeared. If you can hold on, you pass. After that, the blood-red space opened and Fang Chen entered. Buzz! As soon as he entered, he felt his primordial spirit tremble. What are you cultivating for? An evil voice echoed in the blood-red space. This voice contained an extremely strong penetrating power and directly hit Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Dong dong dong. His primordial spirit trembled and he felt dizzy. He almost fainted. What are you cultivating for? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Of course, it's to protect the people I want to protect. The world will eventually be destroyed. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? In the end, won't you still have to watch your family die one by one? The evil voice sounded again. A look of determination appeared in Fang Chen's eyes. Cultivation is going against the heavens. If the world is going to be destroyed, then I will stop it. However, at this moment, a subtle aura entered his mind. In an instant, Fang Chen hallucinated and saw everything. Brother Chen, save me. Star and Moon, dressed in a purple robe, stood on the top of the snow mountain and was besieged by the demon cultivators. Her body was covered in blood and her aura was weak. There was no way to escape. Star and Moon, you can't escape. How dare you kill us demon cultivators? You're courting death. Today we must kill you. Ferocious voices reverberated in the air. Star and Moon's cheeks were full of tears. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid that I won't see you again. Star and Moon, who was crying, jumped down the snow mountain. However, the demon cultivators did not intend to let her go. They attacked together and collapsed the snow mountain, instantly burying Star and Moon. You are! In the blood-red space, Fang Chen fell into madness. His eyes were red and he roared angrily in a delirious state. He punched the ground again and again, and blood flowed out. He felt no pain, as if he was a walking corpse. "Father, save me!" Fang Shi was being chased by the black-robed men and had no way to escape. "Father, avenge us!" Fang Han and Fang Yun, his two sons, were also forced into a dead end. Fang Qin felt that the sky was falling. He had cultivated desperately all his life in order to protect his family from any harm. But now, he could only watch helplessly as his wife and children died in the hands of demonic cultivators. Yet there was nothing he could do. "No." Fang Qin roared angrily, tears falling. "Is it worth it to give up your family for cultivation?" The evil voice kept torturing Fang Qin. At this time, Fang Qin fell into madness. He began to doubt himself, the original intention of cultivation, and even his cultivation experience over the years. He was in a state of extreme confusion. If he couldn't withstand it, he would go berserk and fall into the devil's path. Chapter 3743. Romance Chinese Network. Star and Moon was bathed in blood. She raised her head, her eyes filled with sadness. She wanted to see her husband before she died. However, the enemy was too strong. She could only run for her life. Kill! Even if he fell off the cliff, the enemy still wouldn't let him go. Boom! 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 Cold wind blew from the bottom of the cliff. Star and Moon's face was ashen. She had completely given up on the idea of survival and fell into despair. "Brother Chen!" Star and Moon cried. Her beautiful face was filled with sadness. "I hope you can take good care of our children." As soon as her voice fell, Star and Moon burned her last trace of blood essence. Her falling speed suddenly soared and she disappeared in an instant. She just wanted to use her own way to live a more dignified life. Is she dead? The enemies who were chasing her climbed up the cliff, looking at the bottomless abyss, and whispered to themselves. Their voices were filled with ice-cold killing intent. They were killing machines without any emotions to speak of. In the blood-red space, Fang Qin fell into madness. His fists were stained with blood. He had lost his mind. If he could return to the Chaos Realm now, he would definitely kill all the enemies. "I can't accept this." Fang Qin roared angrily. He watched his wife fall into the abyss, but he couldn't do anything. This feeling was really painful. Furthermore, his 3 children had also suffered the same fate. At the same time, everyone related to him in the vast ancient Chaos Realm was in a situation of certain death. "Ah!" Fang Qin looked up to the sky and roared. Why did it become like this? Where was the Supreme Sage? Could it be that he was just going to watch the immemorial chaos get slaughtered without a care? Thinking of this, he even regretted shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos Realm. "I am saving the Chaos Realm, but who is saving my family?" The roar of anger contained an unyielding will. "Is it worth it?" A voice sounded in his heart again. He was questioning his heart. Was it worth it? For the sake of the world, he had given up on his family. So what if he cultivated to the extreme? Rumble! Angry roars and deafening explosions came from the blood-red space. In the country of blood, the old man with a walking stick sighed when he saw this. From Fang Chen's test, it could be seen that his life experience was very bumpy. It was not easy for him to reach this step. However, such a warrior who came from a humble background actually cared about the world and shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos Realm. Was such a decision right or wrong? No one could say for sure. However, the old man with the crutch was a little worried. Fang Qin was a person who valued friendship. If he was completely trapped in the blood-colored space, he would definitely die. If he wanted to pass the test, he had to go through this stage. Throughout the ages, those who were able to stand at the peak were all people with a firm mind. It would still be fine if he was exposed in his heart, but if he were to fall into the illusion of the enemy in a life-and-death battle, that would be the most troublesome thing. Something's not right. In a trance, Fang Chen regained a bit of clarity. He increased his strength and bombarded the ground of the blood-colored space even more fiercely. He looked up to the sky and roared, his face ferocious. Everything in front of him was retreating at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Star and Moon, who had fallen into the abyss, walked out of the abyss. Although there was still blood on her purple robe, her injuries were obviously much better. At the same time, in other places, his family and friends who were in danger also drifted away with the wind like memories. This is an illusion? Fang Chen's forehead was full of sweat, and he felt a chill down his spine. Dong! There was a continuous vibration sound in his body, and the perfect bloodline instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel a cold aura. Then, his breathing became stable, and the scarlet in his eyes gradually faded. Thinking back to the moment just now, he was a little scared. I will never let you come to any harm. Fang Chen's eyes were even more determined. He did not regret the path he had chosen. Back then, the reason why he agreed to the Supreme Master's request, in addition to saving the world, was also to save the people he wanted to protect. As long as he stepped onto the peak, became a Supreme, killed the demon-devouring clan's patriarch, and completely destroyed the demon-devouring clan, then the crisis of the Chaos Realm would naturally be resolved. And his family and friends would be safe and sound. He wanted to create a peaceful and prosperous era, and the premise was that he needed to be strong enough to suppress. The sages, for the sake of the Chaos Realm, paid the price with their lives. Although I am not as good as the sages, I hope to do my best. Buzz. At this time, in the air above Fang Chen's head, the bloody aura dissipated, and the blood-colored space automatically disappeared. Ha ha ha, congratulations. Even the old man with the crutch did not expect this. A second ago, he was still worried that Fang Chen would lose his mind and be in danger of dying. However, the next second, he forced himself out of the illusion. Moreover, the old man with the crutch could feel that after experiencing this illusion, it was as if he had been reborn. Fang Chen had gained a lot, and his Tao heart was even more determined. His martial Tao heart was to step onto the peak. He clenched his fists, and the power in his body gradually stabilized. At this moment, his primordial spirit underwent a transformation. Buzz. Golden light flashed, and the little golden primordial spirit grew in size, and the power of the primordial spirit also became stronger. I didn't expect you to pass the third test so easily. The old man with the crutch was very happy. The way he looked at Fang Chen also became more and more serious. Others might not know, but he knew very well. The third test seemed simple, but it was actually very dangerous. Before him, there were a total of 9 people who came to challenge this test, and only one person passed the third test, while the other 8 people died in the test. Among the 8 people, 5 had died in the third trial. Their Tao hearts were not firm enough, so they were forever trapped in the illusion, unable to extricate themselves. In the end, the power of the primordial spirit was exhausted, and they exploded and died. Amazing! Seeing the transformation of Fang Chen's primordial spirit, the old man with the crutch could not help but exclaim, I really can't imagine that a little saint's primordial spirit can reach such a strength. Back then, he followed the people of the Blood Nation and traveled the world, and he had seen countless geniuses, but none of them could reach Fang Chen's level in terms of primordial spirit strength. Strictly speaking, the strength of Fang Chen's primordial spirit was comparable to that of an invincible saint, infinitely close to the level of a supreme. Of course, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to cross the threshold of a supreme. Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He finally passed the third test, and he felt very tired. His clothes were wet with sweat. Fortunately, it was just an illusion, and everything was illusory. Chapter 3744. Fang Chen did not expect the third test to be an interrogation of his heart. At this moment, he felt a lingering fear. If not for his firm Tao heart, he would have sunk into eternal oblivion and would never be able to see his family again. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief, and the wrinkles on his face began to relax. In his mind, he recalled the experience of the third trial. He thought of his wife and children. Yuer shier honor yuner. His mouth was calling out softly. At the same time, he clenched his fists and became even more determined. From the moment he stepped into the origin world, it was already destined that if he did not succeed, he would not be able to return to the Chaos Realm alive. Therefore, his only thought now was to complete the mission as soon as possible and return to the Chaos Realm. Congratulations! The old man with the crutch was full of praise and even felt that he would be the most likely to succeed among the 10 candidates who entered the country of blood. You have already passed the 3 tests and your primordial spirit has also transformed. The last test made your Tao heart even more determined. Now you are qualified to inherit the inheritance left behind by the Master, the old man with the crutch said with a smile. One could imagine how powerful the Master was to be able to create the country of blood. Just these 3 tests alone had nearly caused Fang Chen to die. Fortunately, his potential could be said to be number 1 since ancient times. That was how he managed to pass. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the old man with the crutch. Back then, he was chased by the ancestors of the monster race and accidentally entered the country of blood while fleeing in a panic. After that, he began to break through. Now, he had finally passed. Senior, since I have passed, can I accept the inheritance left behind by the master of the country of blood? Fang Chen asked directly. The old man with the crutch nodded and flicked his wrist. The crutch in his hand instantly expanded and then exploded. A monstrous blood rain fell from the sky. Pitter! In the blink of an eye, the country of blood turned into a sea of blood. Fang Chen and the old man with the crutch were at the center of the sea of blood. Buzz! A bronze stone platform appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is the true appearance of the kingdom of blood, said the old man with the walking stick. Sit on this bronze stone platform and your bloodline will naturally transform. Fang Chen nodded and sat cross-legged on the bronze stone platform. In that instant, he felt his perfect bloodline surging out. Rumble! Within the blood sea, a terrifying power gushed out. Fang Chen felt a strong pressure coming from all directions. He could not help but let out a miserable cry. Scarlet marks appeared on the surface of his skin, and traces of blood escaped from his pores. Not long after, Fang Chen's clothes were corroded by the sea of blood and turned into powder. He sat naked on the stone platform. His entire body had turned scarlet. It was very frightening. The old man with the walking stick had already retreated from the sea of blood. He stood above the sea of blood and stared at Fang Chen. I hope you can succeed. A strange expression appeared on his face, as if he was reminiscing about the owner of the country of blood. The kingdom of blood's original intention was to search for the strongest bloodline in the world. The perfect bloodline was naturally considered one of the strongest bloodlines. At this time, in the cave of the slaying dragon, the bloody sun in the sky had disappeared. The cave of the slaying dragon had returned to peace, but everyone felt that a storm was coming. The monster clans had moved out of their lairs. The warriors hiding in the dark did not dare to show their heads, for fear of being affected by the explosion of the bloody sun. As for Sword Maniac, he was seriously injured. As soon as he came out, he hid to comprehend the inheritance of Drunken Sword. Whoosh! In a secret place in the cave of the slaying dragon, the void suddenly tore apart and 3 huge figures appeared. Cave of the Slaying Dragon. White One stabilized his body and turned into his original form. His eyes were as big as gongs, staring at the sky and saying in a deep voice, "Big brother, where can we find Fang Chen?" White Two asked. "This time, we must save Fang Chen at all costs." White Three's face was solemn. The 3 brothers of the White Ape clan received the order of White Ape to enter the cave of the slaying dragon to save Fang Chen. The bloody son of the heavenly sun shocked the world. This was a rumor from a long time ago that had been circulating in the cave of the slaying dragon. And all of this was caused by Fang Qin. Thump, thump, White One's feet sensed a heavy rhythm coming from below the ground. His face was even gloomier. Let's go. Although they were in the Forbidden Zone, they also knew the situation in the cave of the slaying dragon through White Ape. They also knew that Fang Qin was being chased by the monster clans. A few days later, the three White Ape brothers encountered the devouring demons. They stared at the three brothers with undisguised greed in their eyes. Whoosh! The three White Ape brothers ignored the people in front of them and turned to leave, but they were stopped by a shocking saber light. Humph, you want to leave after bumping into me? This person held a saber that was extremely sharp and exuded a strong aura. He could see that the three White Ape brothers were extraordinary and their bloodline. So, he was greedy. You're courting death. White 3 attacked first. His big claws tore at the warrior holding the saber and instantly tore off his arm. With your strength, you dare to scheme against us? White 3 said disdainfully. At the same time, his big claws tore off the other arm mercilessly. The warrior holding the saber was filled with fear. The greed in his eyes completely disappeared and he kept retreating. Damn it. He was extremely regretful. Why did he get greedy? I'm a disciple of the Yu Mansion. Let me go. He said the name of the Yu Mansion, trying to intimidate the three White Ape brothers. Unfortunately, he was too naive. What is the Yu Mansion? White 3 stomped him to the ground, and then tore his flesh apart. Okay, don't waste time. Just kill him. White 1 said. A scream was heard and the disciple of the Yu Mansion died instantly. Humph, this kind of trash dares to scheme against us. White 3 snorted. I really want to see the outside world and see what kind of world it is. White 2 was a little curious. They were born in the Forbidden Zone and were very curious about the outside world. They didn't even know what the outside world was like. White 1 was the only one who was calm. They entered the cave of the slaying dragon to rescue Fang Qin. Otherwise, according to the rules of the White Ape clan, they couldn't leave the Forbidden Zone at will. Even if the cave of the slaying dragon was a part of the Forbidden Zone, they couldn't leave. The primitive tribes were one of the most powerful tribes. Once they were angered, the White Ape clan would be wiped out. Don't waste our time, White 1 said in a deep voice. White 2 and White 3 also became serious when they heard that. Fang Qin was most likely related to the primitive tribes in the Forbidden Zone. They didn't dare to be careless. Let's go, White 2 and White 3 urged. Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Version Website. .com. Chapter 3745. When the three White Ape brothers arrived at the nest of the beasts, they were stunned. What's going on? They expected that the nest of the beasts would be heavily guarded and a fight would be inevitable. But now, what entered his eyes was an empty valley. Where are the beasts? White 3 was puzzled. Did they all escape? When the blood sun reappeared, anyone would feel fear. Perhaps the beasts had escaped. Of course, this was just a guess. The three brothers quickly entered the nest of the beasts and soon found the ancestral hall. It's empty. White 3 searched the entire valley, but it was empty. Except for some corpses, there were no beasts. There's a passage in the ancestral hall. White 1 found the passage and felt a little strange. Grandpa White Ape said that Fang Qin is in the nest of the beasts, but we searched the entire valley and found nothing. White 2 shook his head and stared at the passage. Is he at the end of the passage? Why do we care so much? Let's just go in and take a look, White 3 said impulsively. After all, they were here to save people, so they needed to race against time. If they were a second late, Fang Qin would be in danger. After discussing for a while, the three brothers decided to go in and check it out. At this time, in the Kingdom of Blood, Fang Qin bathed in the sea of blood and sat cross-legged on the bronze stone platform. The perfect bloodline in his body was undergoing a subtle transformation. Crack. The transformation process was very painful. The sea of blood was like a natural furnace, sucking out the perfect bloodline in Fang Chen's body and then melting the impurities. After completely melting it, the unique blood in the sea of blood was integrated into the perfect bloodline to complete the transformation and become even purer. This process was very long. Halfway through, Fang Chen fainted. At this time, the perfect bloodline was still gushing out of his body. The process of the perfect bloodline emerging was very slow. Is this the perfect bloodline? The old man with the crutch muttered to himself, his heart full of shock. He had heard of it countless times, but this was the first time he encountered a bloodline so rich that it was comparable to a naturally bred bloodline. Only a bloodline that had reached atavism could have such a strong effect. Bloodline extraction. The mechanical voice echoed coldly in the air above the sea of blood. At that moment, Fang Chen was completely unconscious. However, even with that being the case, pain was still spreading through his entire body. Even his face was twitching. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The bloodline extraction process had reached its final stage. If it was an ordinary bloodline extraction, once all the blood in the body was sucked dry, the cultivator would definitely die. However, the blood sea was different. It was a unique bloodline evolution space created by the master of the blood kingdom. As long as one was in the bloodline, even if the blood in one's body dried up, the blood sea would provide an endless supply of energy. Although this was only temporary, it could at least guarantee that during the process of the blood sea refining the impurities in one's bloodline, the cultivator's body would not be harmed or affected in any way. Boom! After an unknown period of time, a tremor could be heard coming from Fang Chen's body, followed by a terrifying ripple. His complexion was dry, and his body seemed to be skin and bones. He looked sickly. The blood in his body had been completely sucked dry. However, he was still breathing, and it was very even. Buzz. The blood sea surged wildly, forming a small vortex. It compressed the perfect bloodline extracted from Fang Chen's body into a ball, and then sent it into the small vortex to be compressed and refined. At this moment, Fang Chen was at his weakest and could not be disturbed by the outside world. Buzz. However, a strange rhythm appeared on the ground, and the old man with the crutch's face suddenly changed. What's going on? Why do I feel a huge monster breathing? He listened carefully and sensed the rhythm of the ground. The next moment, his face turned green. He thought of a legend. Could it be that there is really a world-shaking demon suppressed underground? The old man with the crutch looked at Fang Chen, who had fallen into a coma, and was extremely anxious. The bloodline had been extracted, and the inheritance could not be stopped. Otherwise, Fang Chen would definitely die. However, the rhythm of the ground became faster and faster, and the sound of breathing became heavier and heavier. All signs indicated that a huge monster was about to be born underground. What should I do? The old man with the crutch completely sealed the blood kingdom, trying to avoid the search of the huge monster. At this moment, after various efforts, the three white ape brothers finally broke open the gate of the ancient mansion and entered it. What they saw were many abandoned buildings, which were still in ruins. Let's split up and search. Time waits for no one. Bai decided that the three brothers would split up and search, using all the time they could. Okay. The three brothers agreed that as long as they found any clues, they would immediately explain to the other two. Bai walked in the direction of the Blood Kingdom, but he did not know that Fang Chen was inside. With every step he took, his face became more dignified. Because, in every abandoned building, there was a kind of power that made his heart palpitate. Dong! Suddenly, he felt the ground shake and his body staggered a little. When he stabilized his body, he directly rose into the air. At this time, the other two brothers also encountered the same situation. What happened? Bai asked. I'm not sure. The ground suddenly shook, Did a battle break out? Bai San shook his head. Why do I feel that there seems to be a heavy breathing sound coming from underground? Bai Er said in a deep voice, and this breathing sound seems to be familiar. As soon as he said this, Bai Yi and Bai San listened carefully. As expected, along with the rhythm of the ground, there was a periodic heavy breathing sound coming from underground. Most importantly, the sound of his breathing was horrifying. Because they thought of something that happened a long time ago. The three brothers looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Crack! Suddenly, the place they were in collapsed, and a huge hole appeared. Below the hole, it was pitch black and bottomless. Not good. When the three brothers reacted, it was already too late. They fell, and the surroundings were pitch black. When they wanted to rise into the air, they were shocked to find that the power in their bodies was sealed, and they could not use it. This discovery caused them to be incomparably shocked. What do we do? Bai San asked anxiously. Boss! Bai Er also began to panic. Only Bai Yi was calm, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Don't panic, we should be falling. Since this place can seal our power, the power of others will be sealed too, Bai Yi said. They originally wanted to save Fang Chen, but they met with danger before they even saw Fang Chen. This made the three brothers very helpless. At this time, Bai Yi, who was in the residence of the White Ape clan, looked up. The three brothers' actions were all in his eyes. Sigh, is he finally going to come out? Chapter 3746. The Kingdom of Blood. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in the sea of blood. In front of him was a blood vortex that was refining his perfect bloodline. As long as the refining was completed, he would be considered to have truly received the inheritance of the Kingdom of Blood. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. The heavy breathing sound became more and more rapid. A dignified look appeared on the face of the old man with a crutch. He exerted all his strength, trying to seal the Kingdom of Blood and prevent it from being disturbed by the outside world. However, the heavy breathing sound seemed to be able to penetrate all seals and penetrate into the sea of blood. Crack! When this heavy force touched Fang Chen's withered body, a strange change finally occurred. After the perfect bloodline was drained, Fang Chen's body was extremely fragile. The heavy force directly tore his body apart. Not good. The old man with a crutch shouted inwardly. He couldn't care less and directly rushed into the sea of blood, trying to rescue Fang Chen. However, it was too late. Fang Chen's withered body was directly sucked into the small vortex, and then a terrible crack appeared in the sea of blood. Under the attraction of the heavy breathing sound, it instantly disappeared. Boom! At the same time, the Kingdom of Blood showed signs of cracking. The three White Ape brothers standing in the ancient mansion instantly discovered the Kingdom of Blood. I can sense that Brother Fang Chen is here. Let's go in and see. The three White Ape brothers took the lead and rushed into the broken Kingdom of Blood. However, the scene that appeared in front of them made them extremely angry. What's going on? Seeing the broken Kingdom of Blood and the illusory body of the old man with a crutch falling to the ground, they were furious. Where did Fang Chen go? Why was there no trace of him? The old man with a crutch, tried to use his last bit of strength to point the three White Ape brothers in the direction where Fang Chen disappeared. Unfortunately, his last bit of strength collapsed. The Kingdom of Blood shattered and he disappeared from the world. Impossible, Fang Chen can't be dead. White 3 fell into madness and constantly bombarded the ruins. Second White pulled him back. Let's search carefully. That heavy breathing sound that came from underground just now was very strange. Finally, White 3 calmed down. The three brothers began to search the broken Kingdom of Blood seriously, trying to find clues about Fang Chen. Beneath the ground, there was a very strong seal in the center of the ground. There was a huge body that seemed to have existed since ancient times. Heavy breathing could be heard from his body. If Fang Chen was sober, he would have realized that the great demon in front of him was actually a human. His 4 limbs were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Moreover, the chains were made of the world's toughest material, and the world's strongest seal was attached to them. Every breath he took caused the earth to tremble. Hoo hoo hoo! Fang Chen's withered body fell in front of the great demon, and the perfect bloodline that was being refined in the vortex was sucked into the great demon's nostrils. Poochie! Fang Chen's nostrils were torn, and his face showed signs of shriveling. If it was a normal person, they would have died long ago. However, Fang Chen was different. There was still a very small vitality in his body. In the old mansion, after several days of searching, the 3 brothers of the Bai family looked extremely gloomy. Fang Chen was missing. This meant that he had most likely died in the crisis. The 3 brothers hated themselves very much. Why didn't they come earlier? If they did, they might have been able to save Fang Chen. After all, he was valued by the primitive clans in the life forbidden zone. If something really happened to him, how could they explain it to the primitive clans? At that time, the White Ape clan would be punished for this. Humph! Bai San snorted coldly and rushed out of the ancient mansion with an imposing manner. He was now furious and wanted to start a massacre. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Fang Chen wouldn't have disappeared. In the next period of time, the cave of the slaying dragon shook violently. The 3 White Ape brothers were like crazed beasts as they searched everywhere for the devouring demon clan members who were training, as well as the locations of the monster clans. As long as they found them, they would kill mercilessly. In a certain area, 2 disciples of the mountain mansion had obtained a powerful inheritance. They were very excited and wanted to explore the cave of the slaying dragon. However, they encountered the 3 brothers. Kill! Without hesitation, Bai San immediately executed his thunderous moves and engaged in an intense battle with the 2 disciples of the mountain prefecture. Get lost! The disciples of the mountain mansion were very arrogant and fought against White 3. How dare you target our disciples? You're courting death. After all, the disciples of the mountain mansion were just ordinary disciples. They were too weak compared to the White Ape clan who lived in the life forbidden zone. White 3 fought against the 2 disciples of the mountain mansion alone. Poochie! When White 3 reverted to his original form, his gigantic White Ape body suddenly pressed down on the bodies of the 2 mountain mansion disciples, instantly suppressing them. Their expressions changed drastically, as if they had thought of a legend. Life forbidden zone? Unfortunately, they found out too late. White 3 was enraged. Using methods that left no time for covering ears like a sudden clap of thunder, he instantly strangled the 2 people. These devouring demon clan deserved to die. The White Ape clan was a subsidiary clan of the primitive clans. They had a common enemy, the devouring demon clan. The source world was now under the control of the devouring demon clan. They could only live in the life forbidden zone and could not leave. It was difficult to find such an opportunity. Since they found it, they naturally had to kill it. Soon, the 3 brothers locked onto the new nest of the monster clan. At this moment, the ancestor of the monster clan raised his head and looked at the sky above the original nest. Strange phenomena kept flashing in the sky. His heart was trembling. Has the great demon clan appeared? His voice was trembling and his heart was filled with fear. If the great demon clan appeared, their clan might not be able to survive. I hope the legend is false, the ancestor of the monster clan said in a deep voice. Ancestor, a member of the clan called out softly. Recently, 3 white apes have appeared in the cave of the slaying dragon. They are crazily hunting down the devouring demon clan who came in to train. Hearing this, the ancestor of the monster clan was shocked. 3 white apes? He was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and wanted to set up a formation to seal the void. Tell all the clan members to hide their auras and not go out. Then, he personally controlled the formation and told everyone to get ready for battle. Many of the clan members were confused. It was just 3 white apes. If the ancestor attacked, he could easily kill them. Why was he so vigilant? However, the ancestor of the monster clan obviously knew more than the clan members. His eyes were deep as he stared ahead. Even the life forbidden zone had started to take action? Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Version Website. .com. Chapter 3747. Omega Omega Omega. J. Omega Omega. Kai J Omega. I choked on my words. Boom. All of a sudden, the ceiling formation shook, as if someone was attacking. Are they here? The demonic beast patriarch's expression changed drastically. Everyone, retreat. He was prepared to face the three white ape brothers alone. Outside the grand ceiling array, White 3 continued to bombard it with blow after blow. The grand array swayed as if it would shatter at any moment. A coward, Second White said in a low voice. He took a step forward and joined forces with Third White to attack. Crack. Cracks began to appear on the ceiling formation. At this moment, First White also made his move. He clenched his fist, and a bronze mirror appeared in the void, releasing a dazzling light. Under the illumination of the bronze mirror, the seal shattered with a bang. Scram! At the same time, the old ancestor of the monstrous beast race also unleashed his most powerful attack. A terrifying aura gushed forth. He was a saint at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. If he were to go all out, his combat power would not be weaker than that of an invincible saint. However, the three white apes before him actually dared to attack his clan. All of you must die. The eyes of the demonic beast patriarch turned scarlet as he roared furiously. Ever since the devouring demon clan entered the dragon-slaying cave to train, their clan had suffered great losses. Not long ago, the entire clan was forced to move. It was a disgrace. Humph, you dare to injure our brothers? Your time of death has come. White San looked down at the many demonic beast clansmen and said coldly, "Be careful, I can feel that his aura is very strong." White 2 reminded. White 1 flicked his wrist and the bronze mirror landed in his palm. He stared warily at the patriarch of the demonic beasts. Kill! The patriarch of the monstrous beasts took the initiative to attack. With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground caved in. This was the superpower that was comparable to that of an invincible saint. Moreover, this was in the origin world where the heavenly Tao was complete. The combat strength cultivated was countless times stronger than cultivators of the same level in the chaos dimension. Rumble! The three white ape brothers knew very well that the monster race's patriarch was very powerful, so they didn't dare to be careless. The three brothers joined forces to besiege the monster race's patriarch. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. While the demonic beast clan's old ancestor couldn't take it all in, White 3's palm bombarded the other clansmen. In an instant, the demonic beasts suffered heavy casualties. A large number of demonic beasts fell into pools of blood. Miserable cries could be heard incessantly. All of you are courting death. The patriarch of the monster race glared at the three white ape brothers with bloodshot eyes. He wanted nothing more than to tear them to pieces. Boom! Boom! His blood essence burned, and flames instantly enveloped his entire body. The smell of blood spread out, and his aura continued to soar. "This is," White 1 said in a low voice, "this is their clan's soul-burning secret technique. Be careful." Hoo. It didn't take long for the ancestor of the demonic beasts to completely burn his essence blood. His aura was close to the threshold of half-step chaotic supremacy. His body was also expanding rapidly. Soon, he had turned into a giant. Boom! The soles of his feet moved, and the earth trembled. 1. A terrifying pressure from the depths of his essence soul swept over, causing the three white ape brothers to retreat. Half-step chaotic supremacy? White 3 exclaimed. He didn't expect this clan's soul-burning secret technique to be so powerful. Just by burning his essence blood, he could touch the threshold of a supremacy. One had to know. A half-step chaotic supremacy was also considered to be a supremacy. Its power was extremely tyrannical. All of you have to die. The patriarch of the demonic beasts moved his huge body, and killing intent filled the air. Anyone who dared to threaten his clan would have to die. Rumble. The three white ape brothers fought vigilantly, stalling for time. The soul-burning secret technique was a super-powerful secret technique. It definitely had a time limit, and the aftereffects were very strong. It was obviously impossible for them to fight head-on. As long as they could stall for time until the soul-burning secret technique's effect disappeared, the patriarch of the demonic beasts would definitely be defeated. Underground in the cave of the annihilating dragon, darkness shrouded the world. Fang Chen's skinny body sat cross-legged quietly. As time passed, his breathing became even again. The vortex beside him also returned to normal and continued to refine the perfect bloodline. The only difference was, the eyes of the great demon shot out a scarlet light, intensifying the refining of the blood. Boom! The remnant consciousness of the great demon awakened. He sensed the perfect bloodline and Fang Chen beside him. After countless years, I have finally recovered. His voice was as if it had existed since ancient times, causing people to tremble. He looked at Fang Chen. Are you the hope of this era, the Chaos Realm? If Fang Chen was awake, he would definitely be extremely shocked. The secret between the Chaos Realm and the Origin Realm was only known to those top powerhouses. The great demon actually knew, and from his words, he seemed to be able to obtain some important information. He had seen more than one executor like Fang Chen who shouldered heavy responsibilities. In other words, before Fang Chen, the Chaos Realm had also created many peerless geniuses and let them lurk in the Origin Realm to carry out missions. However, Fang Chen's arrival proved that they had all failed. Back then, Fu Jian, the will of the world-shocking great demon, transmitted some words intermittently. Among them, his pronunciation of the two words was the clearest, and he deliberately emphasized them. I want to return to the earth. The world-shocking greater devil used all his strength to move his body. The chains shook and the entire mountain shook. The entire ancient mansion was about to be overturned. However, he still couldn't break free. Damn it! The great demon was a little angry, but he knew that it was useless to continue struggling. His gaze fell on Fang Chen. The inheritance of the kingdom of blood? Refining the blood to complete the transformation of the perfect bloodline? The great demon sneered. Back then, the owner of the kingdom of blood had also participated in the battle to ambush him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have placed the kingdom of blood in the ancient mansion. How ridiculous! A hoarse voice echoed under the thick earth. Every time he breathed, it would cause the earth to move. As the great demon's consciousness moved, the cave of the dragon-slaying cave completely fell into chaos. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The end of the world had arrived. Whether it was the devouring demon clan or the other clans, their hearts were filled with fear. Darkness spread throughout the cave of the dragon-slaying cave. Even the life-forbidden zone sensed it. White Ape stood in the clan's residence, quietly watching this scene. He saw Fang Chen being sucked into the ground by the great demon. After that, it was blank, as if he was isolated, and nothing could be seen. He was a little anxious. He didn't know if Fang Chen could successfully complete the transformation. At the same time, he also saw the three White Ape brothers start a massacre because of Fang Chen's disappearance. The three brothers were fighting fiercely with the ancestors of the monster clans. All of this, it was beyond his expectations. Baidu Search 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 3748. In the ancient mansion. Under the ground, the great demon had completely awakened. However, his body was sealed by a powerful seal, so he could not break free. However, when he saw Fang Chen, a tinge of sadness appeared in his eyes. The owner of the country of blood had an irreconcilable enmity with him. How could he let the inheritance of blood be successfully inherited by the later generations? Get lost! The great demon roared. His heavy breathing sounded one after another, as if he was going to overturn the entire earth. His voice contained unparalleled power. It formed ripples in the void and spread out rapidly. His voice was transmitted to Fang Chen's side at the speed of lightning. At this moment, Fang Chen was accepting the last inheritance. Once he failed, he would die. However, the great demon did not care so much. He only wanted the country of blood's inheritance to be severed. Roar! The world-shaking great demon opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. Although he was trapped here, with his strength, if he wanted to deal with a weak martial artist, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? At the same time, he looked up with his blood-red eyes. His terrifying gaze instantly shot out and directly pierced through the country of blood. Rumble! A deafening sound spread from the country of blood. A terrifying power swept through the world. Crack! The country of blood shattered. Countless buildings in the ancient mansion were destroyed. The figure of the old man with the crutch was about to collapse. He used his last bit of strength to summon the blood sea again. It drilled into the ground and covered Fang Chen's body. Bang! After doing all this, the figure of the old man with the crutch disappeared in the void with a bang. Crack! The country of blood was completely shattered. From now on, there was no country of blood in the world. Seeing this, the world-shaking great demon finally stopped. His huge body calmed down and he stared at Fang Chen leisurely. He was surprised to find that Fang Chen's shriveled body had been drained of blood, but he was not injured by his sound wave attack. What's going on? He did not believe that a mere blood sea could withstand his sound wave attack. He seriously sized up Fang Chen. Soon after, he saw a resplendent flower in the latter's mind. It was incomparably dazzling. All of a sudden, he was greatly shaken, and his breathing became hurried. He seemed to have thought of something, and the way he looked at Fang Chen was filled with fear. He roared madly, trying to escape from this place. However, the seal was too strong. He couldn't dodge it at all. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sea of blood enveloped Fang Chen. His body was incomparably withered. His perfect bloodline was being refined by the inheritance of blood within the small vortex. In a coma, Fang Chen dreamt of being a teenager and experienced another round of reincarnation. All of a sudden, he realized that a seed had been planted in his mind at some point in time. What is this? Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He had cultivated for countless years, from the Divine Wind Nation until now. He was basically standing at the peak of the primal chaos. However, even with his means, he didn't notice when a seed had sprouted in his mind. What the hell is going on? Fang Chen fell into confusion. Crack! Just as he was racking his brains to think, a crisp sound suddenly came from the small vortex. Then he realized that the color of the perfect bloodline had changed greatly. The originally bright red blood had begun to change, and there were specks of purple light. Has the transformation been completed? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His pupils suddenly shrank and he stared at the small vortex. Boom! He felt the existence of the world-shocking demon and also the anger in the latter's eyes. However, the most important thing now was to absorb the transformed perfect bloodline back into his body. Only in this way could he maximize his combat strength and escape from this place. Buzz! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He used the last of his strength to pull the small vortex. Because it resonated with the perfect bloodline, it could be regarded as a pincer attack. Soon, the small vortex was pulled in front of him. At this time, Fang Chen was thinking of a way to separate the perfect bloodline from the small vortex. However, the perfect bloodline sent a message which made Fang Chen pause. Is it feasible? Feeling the plan sent by the perfect bloodline, Fang Chen was a little hesitant. The small vortex contained the most powerful and rich power of inheritance in the entire kingdom of blood. If it was directly absorbed into his body, he didn't know if it would cause damage. Moreover, the world-shocking demon was in front of him. As time passed, it was inevitable that there would be changes. This was what he was worried about. However, the perfect bloodline obviously didn't consider this. It only considered what was most beneficial to it. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the perfect bloodline actually forcibly communicated with Fang Chen's body, forming a resonance with it, and then forcibly pulled the small vortex. Crack! The small vortex struggled for a while, and finally flashed into Fang Chen's body. Dong dong dong! As soon as it entered Fang Chen's body, the small vortex exploded, and a terrifying explosive force swept through his body. Fang Chen fell to the ground in pain. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and even his primordial spirit was shaking. What's going on? Fang Chen endured the pain all over his body. He tried hard to control the explosive power of the small vortex to make the best combination with the perfect bloodline. It can be absorbed? Soon, he found that the perfect bloodline was actually absorbing the explosive power of the small vortex quickly. Moreover, as time passed, the purple light in the perfect bloodline became more and more intense. In the end, the bright red color was completely replaced by purple. Huh! Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that the perfect bloodline had completed the final transformation? He felt an even more ancient power being born in his body. It was as if this power was innate and could sense the existence of the heavenly Tao. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The injection of the perfect bloodline made his shriveled body gradually plump, and he returned to normal again. Blood inheritance, destroy. Next to him, there was the angry roar of the world-shocking demon. He was full of hatred for the kingdom of blood. However, he didn't attack Fang Chen. You actually accepted the inheritance of the kingdom of blood. The world-shocking great demon's deep voice was filled with shocking anger. His gong-sized eyes stared intently at Fang Chen. I feel sorry for you. The words of the world-shocking demon made Fang Chen very puzzled. Why couldn't he accept the inheritance of the kingdom of blood? As long as it could transform the perfect bloodline, he was willing to give up everything. This was because he was not alone. On his shoulders were the hopes of the entire primal chaos realm and billions of living beings. Once he failed, the entire chaotic realm would turn into nothingness. So, he had no choice. Chapter 3749. The great demon's words were a little strange. He clearly hated the inheritance of blood so much that he didn't hesitate to consume his essence qi to completely destroy the kingdom of blood. However, after Fang Chen accepted the inheritance of blood, his emotions changed greatly. For some reason, when Fang Chen raised his head to look at the world-shaking great demon, he suddenly had a feeling that perhaps the world-shaking great demon did not hate him. Or he had a bold guess. Could the world-shocking great demon be the most ancient expert in the history of the Chaos Realm? He shook his head hard and stopped guessing. At the same time, he also held his breath and was no longer disturbed by the great demon's words. Instead, he wholeheartedly devoted himself to the transformation of the perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline was rapidly transforming. The red color had completely disappeared and was replaced by purple. At a glance, all the meridians in Fang Chen's body were flowing with purple blood. The blood was obviously much stronger than before. Moreover, the most important thing was that Fang Chen's body was constantly emitting a heavy aura. It was as if he was born with it, causing others to feel a terrifying pressure. Fang Chen was just about to move his body when he suddenly felt that the purple perfect bloodline had changed again. Specks of black light appeared in the purple bloodline. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Could it be that there were signs of disorder during the transformation? Or could it be that the transformation didn't succeed at all? He suppressed the doubts in his heart and began to carefully observe the perfect bloodline. In the vast purple blood, spots of black light flickered as if they would devour the purple at any time. However, it also felt as if they were separated by an endless void. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. There was an accident during the transformation of the perfect bloodline. He didn't know. It was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Swoosh. The spots of black light gradually disappeared into the purple bloodline. Finally, after some tossing and turning, his body returned to normal. Boom. Boom. At this moment Fang Chen was surprised to find that his cultivation had quietly reached the level of a 9th stage saint. 9th stage. Whoosh. Fang Chen took a deep breath as an excited smile appeared on his face. At the end of the reincarnation road, after reincarnating, he finally stepped into the 9th order sage realm. This also meant that he had returned to the ranks of powerhouses and had enough strength to protect himself. Boom. He could feel that his body was filled with powerful energy. Right at this moment, he felt a strand of terror that came from the depths of his soul suddenly spread throughout his body. He raised his head and saw the great demon opening its bloody mouth and spitting out scorching lava toward him. Not good. The power of the flaming magma was too strong. Fang Chen leaped and dodged it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The void was directly torn apart by the flaming magma. Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. If he was touched by the flaming magma, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Boom. Boom. However, no matter how he dodged, he was locked onto by the lava. He raised his head and looked at the world-shaking great demon. The latter's eyes were filled with an abnormally hot expression. He doesn't want to kill me. Soon, Fang Chen was sure of this. Even though the world-shaking great demon was crazy and had a suffocating power, he had no hostility toward Fang Chen. Why is that so? Fang Chen thought quickly in his mind. Was it really because he was from the chaotic realm? Boom. Finally, under the fierce attack of the powerful flaming magma, Fang Chen could not avoid it. He clenched his fists and gathered all his strength to launch his strongest attack. Rumble! The purple perfect bloodline was fully activated. The terrifying power superimposed. At the same time, the 4 origin powers around Fang Chen also intertwined and were easily connected by the perfect bloodline. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his power had reached the peak. Boom! His fist, carrying infinite power, hit the flaming magma hard. Crack! The blazing lava instantly crumbled, and the blazing flames scattered everywhere. Fang Chen leaped up and landed at a place that was sufficiently far away from the shocking great demon. He looked at the world-shaking great demon again. The latter stopped attacking and calmed down. How terrifying! This was the first reaction in Fang Chen's mind. The punch he had just launched with all his strength was powerful enough to kill an ordinary invincible saint. However, the world-shaking great demon only spat out a mouthful of flaming magma to block his attack. Phew! He was a little short of breath, staring at the world-shaking great demon. The latter's body was as large as a small mountain, and it seemed to be the body of a demonic beast. However, his head was that of a human. This made Fang Chen even more confused. He had never seen a martial artist with such an appearance. "Senior, I didn't mean to offend you." Fang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists and said. Although the world-shaking great demon had no hostility toward him, Fang Chen still felt a little uneasy. He took the first step and cupped his fists to the world-shaking great demon. Hee hee. The latter chuckled and looked at Fang Chen. "You've accepted the inheritance of the country of blood," the world-shaking great demon said eerily. His voice was filled with murderous intent. The entire underground suddenly changed unpredictably, and a baleful aura filled the air. "Senior, do you have a grudge against the owner of the country of blood?" Fang Chen asked in confusion. The world-shaking great demon remained silent. "I believe you can tell that I'm not from the demon-devouring race. I'm from the chaotic realm. The reason why I'm here is because I have the responsibility of saving the world. Fang Chun continued. Saving the world? The world-shaking great demon said with a hoarse voice. Even Fu Jian couldn't do it back then. How can you do it? As expected. The world-shaking great demon knew Fu Jian. He just didn't know if he was a friend or a foe. Senior, you know Fu Jian? He was the most powerful being in the chaotic realm during the Age of Chaos and the only one who became a supreme. Unfortunately, Supreme Fu Jian had disappeared countless eras ago. I don't just know him. The world-shaking great demon gradually calmed down, but it seemed like he didn't want to talk about Fu Jian. Senior, may I ask if Supreme Fu Jian is still alive? It was what Fang Chen wanted to know the most. If Supreme Fu Jian was still alive, it meant the perfect bloodline was part of his plan with the Supreme. He must have a backup plan. His chances of success would greatly increase. The world-shaking great demon fell silent. Even his expression seemed to have changed. Buzz. A terrifying murderous aura lingered in the air as the world-shaking great demon gradually unleashed its demonic nature. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Chun subconsciously took a few steps back. His heart was filled with fear. He shook his head and tried to think of a way to leave this place. Chapter 3750. It was obvious from the great demon's expression. He did not hold any enmity toward Fang Chun. However, he held an overwhelming hatred toward the master of the country of blood. Fang Chun had accepted the inheritance of the nation of blood. This caused the world-shaking great demon to feel conflicted. However, even so, after Fang Chun had completely accepted the inheritance, he no longer attacked him. Fang Chun was confused. Who exactly was the great demon? Why would he do that? On top of that, he seemed a little lonely when he mentioned Supreme Fu Jian. At this moment, a pained expression appeared on the great demon's face. Seeing this, Fang Chun could not help but take a few steps back and enter a state of alert. Even though his perfect bloodline had undergone a metamorphosis, there was still a huge gap between him and the great demon. Buzz. At that instant, the shocking demon suddenly raised its head and locked its eyes onto Fang Chun. The latter immediately felt a chill in his heart. He could not move his body as if he was trapped in the rift. Senior, Fang Chun exclaimed. You've accepted the succession of the kingdom of blood. The great demon's voice was cold. It's an unforgivable crime, but I won't kill you since you're from the chaos realm. He might be spared from death, but he would still be punished. Fang Chun let out a relieved sigh. Go out now and kill all the devouring demon tribe members who came to train in the dragon-slaying cave. Bring their blood to me. The world-shaking great demon made his request. He had been trapped here for a long time. Even though he had awakened, it was difficult for him to break free. He needed external help. Don't worry, Senior, I'll bring you their blood. The demon-devouring tribe and the Chaos Realm had a blood feud to begin with. Fang Chun did not feel guilty about killing them. Instead, he agreed to it without hesitation. There's more. The great demon said with a hoarse voice, there's a stalk of snow grass somewhere in the dragon-slaying cave. Bring it here too. Remember, don't damage any of the leaves of the extreme snow grass, or else. He didn't say anything else, but the great demon's attitude had already made everything clear. Voila! Fang Chun nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a white light flashed in front of him and he appeared in the ancient mansion. Between his eyebrows, an invisible mark drilled into his body. Even Fang Chun did not notice it. Looking at the ruins of the ancient mansion, Fang Chun sighed in his heart. He had received the inheritance of the kingdom of blood, and his perfect bloodline had undergone a metamorphosis. However, he had encountered a world-shaking demon. After hearing the great demon's words, he felt even more confused. Did Supreme Fu Jian die or not? What was the ultimate plan of the Grand Monarch and the others? Was there any relationship between the primitive races and the Chaos Realm? Why did the primitive tribes order the White Ape clan to follow the Nether King and migrate to the Chaos World? All sorts of doubts surfaced in his mind. Fang Chen felt that he still had a long way to go. He could vaguely sense that some of the ancient experts were still alive, but were planning something in the dark. As for the Grand Monarch, sitting at the end of the reincarnation road and controlling reincarnation, he was even more mysterious. Forget it. I'll fulfill the great demon's request first. Fang Chen did not dare to be negligent. After all, this was the dragon-slaying cave. If he angered the great demon, he would definitely die. Due to the awakening of the great demon, the buildings in the ancient mansion had been completely turned into ruins. Fang Chen quickly exited the ancient mansion. He followed the path and reappeared in the ancestral hall of the beasts. Whoosh! At a glance, the nest of the demonic beasts was already empty. Fang Chen was surprised. Could it be that the beasts had escaped because of the awakening of the great demon? A few days later, Fang Chen met a disciple from another mansion. This person was extremely powerful and had reached the 8th level of the Saint Realm. He had just walked out of a ruin and obtained a supreme inheritance. A faint smile appeared on his face. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect the awakening of the great demon to expose a hidden expert's ruin in this area. Huang Tian was very excited. He had narrowly escaped death and obtained the strongest inheritance in the ruin. With a thought, a layer of golden scales vaguely appeared on the surface of his skin, forming a thick and heavy armor that covered his entire body. This secret technique is amazing. It's comparable to a supreme technique, Huang Tian said. Huang Tiandao said. More importantly, the secret art was extremely compatible with his bloodline, as if it had been specially created for him. When I cultivate this secret technique to the perfection realm, even the younger generation of the 4 major branches will be trampled under my feet. Huang Tian laughed arrogantly, as if he could already see himself standing at the peak of the younger generation in the origin world. He enjoyed the admiration of everyone and was taken in as the last disciple of the legendary devouring demon clan leader, the oldest and most powerful clan in the origin world. Then, he stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He quickly flew into the air and left the mountain range. Whoosh! Just as he was about to leave, an extremely terrifying sword light suddenly shot over from the distant horizon. Boom! He instinctively threw out a punch to block it, but the fist light was instantly shattered when it came into contact with the sword light. Then, the sword light carried an extremely powerful force and bombarded his body. Buzz! He put on the surface of his skin and covered it with scales, blocking the sword light. Dong! Dong! The sword light collided with the scales. The terrifying force kept bombarding him, but no matter how it attacked, it could not penetrate the scales' defense. Huang Tian took advantage of this opportunity to attack again and defeated the sword light. Who is it? Huang Tian was furious. Someone had ambushed him. At this moment, a black figure approached from afar. He held a sharp sword in his hand and locked it on Huang Tian. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Huang Tian asked coldly. He did not recognize Fang Chen. Murderous intent surged around him. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to take your life, Fang Chen said. Humph, what a shameless boast. He did not sense any dangerous aura from Fang Chen, so he sneered. I don't know which mansion you are from, but since you ambushed me, you can forget about leaving today. Huang Tian's murderous intent was aroused. Just nice. I can test out my secret skill and see how powerful it is. Huang Tian was eager to test it out. Fang Chen did not show any fear. The Spirit Slayer sword in his hand glowed with cold light. He used the sky severing 5 swords. He had not used his full strength since the transformation of his perfect bloodline. I'll test it out on you. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling and sharp golden light descended from the sky. Huang Tian was in high spirit. Scales covered his entire body as he used a secret skill that he had obtained from an expert's relic. It was comparable to a supreme skill. Chapter 3751. As the most outstanding disciple of the Flying Phoenix Mansion, Huang Tian's combat power was undeniable. Once, an expert of the older generation who was at the same level as him had challenged him. He had only used one move to kill his opponent. Since then, he had become famous. Everyone in the Flying Phoenix Mansion knew about his existence. Since then, Huang Tian's name had gradually entered the list of candidates for the 4 branches. The Flying Phoenix Mansion had been nurturing Huang Tian with all its might. They had reserved a place for him in all the secret lands, and all the cultivation resources were given to him. It could be said that Huang Tian was able to suppress the other younger generation of the Flying Phoenix Mansion by himself. One could well imagine how powerful he was. The Flying Phoenix Mansion Master was a super expert who was superior to the Carefree Mansion Master. It was said that he was almost invincible among the invincible saints. Moreover, he had once fought with a half-step chaotic supreme expert from the 4 major branches. No one knew who had won or lost. The Flying Phoenix Mansion Master had personally praised Huang Tian, saying that Huang Tian was the most promising genius among the younger generation of the origin world to become a supreme. Although this was an exaggeration, it was enough to prove Huang Tian's position in the Flying Phoenix Mansion Master's heart. Now, by chance, Huang Tian had obtained the inheritance left behind by an ancient powerhouse in the dragon-slaying cave. Moreover, this inheritance seemed to be the secret skill of the ancient vermilion bird tribe. Huang Tian's body contained a trace of the ancient vermilion bird bloodline, which was very compatible with the secret skill. Therefore, after obtaining the vermilion bird secret skill, he was very excited. He thought that he would soon dominate the younger generation of the origin world. Humph! In the face of Fang Chen's challenge, Huang Tian sneered. His cold face was filled with disdain and mockery. "Kill me!" Huang Tian spread his hands and formed a complicated seal. His body was already covered with scales, and his defense was at its strongest. Buzz! When the last scale was in place, Huang Tian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Finally, he could fully focus on attacking. "Kill!" Huang Tian roared. He leaped up and came to Fang Chen's side. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and quickly formed the shadow of a vermilion bird. A terrifying power swept through the world. Even Fang Chen was taken aback. However, he quickly stabilized himself. "Vermilion bird?" Fang Chen frowned and shook his head hard. Specks of light shone from the depths of his primordial spirit, expelling the mottled power in his mind. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and stopped underestimating Huang Tian. That vermilion bird phantom could actually affect his primordial spirit. "Heaven severing 5 swords!" Fang Chen growled and waved the beheading spirit sword in his hand. As the heaven-slaying earth sword was swung out, a terrifying earthy yellow aura filled the air. The ground beneath his feet also pulsated rhythmically. The earthy yellow aura revolved around Fang Chen's body, forming a thick and heavy armor, which cleverly combined with the earth. With the origin of earth as his defense, Fang Chen unleashed the sky-severing golden sword. The reason why he used the sky-severing golden sword was because among the 5 great essences, in terms of sharpness, it was the metal essence. The origin of metal was known as the sharpest energy in the world. It was invincible. Buzz! Dazzling golden sword radiance instantly gathered in the air. Under Fang Chen's control, it blasted toward Huang Tian at lightning speed. Huang Tian's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. He did not expect that Fang Chen's swordsmanship would be able to pose a threat to him. A sword principle that is comparable to a supreme skill? Huang Tian licked his dry lips. It seemed that the cave of the extermination dragon was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Not only was there a super powerful secret skill like the Vermilion Bird secret skill, but there were also other secret skills that were comparable to a supreme skill. After I kill you, this sword principle will be mine, Huang Tian said coldly. Although he was not a sword cultivator or a sword principle that was comparable to a supreme skill would definitely cause a bloodbath in the outside world. If he gave it to one of the sword principle experts of the 4 major branches, he would definitely be favored by them. He might even be able to become their disciple. At that time, he would be able to roam freely. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Huang Tian's eyes intensified. He activated the Vermilion Bird Phantom and clashed with the dazzling golden sword radiance. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. When the Vermilion Bird Phantom clashed with the dazzling golden sword radiance, there was an intense explosion, and sparks flew everywhere. All that could be seen was, the dazzling golden sword radiance pierced the Vermilion Bird Phantom. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the golden light pierced the Vermilion Bird Phantom's body. Buzz! In an instant, the Vermilion Bird Phantom was like a deflated balloon. It instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. Dong! Huang Tian felt a terrifying recoil, and his body flew backward. Thud! 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 When he stabilized himself, he looked a little disheveled, and his clothes were a little tattered. He clenched his fists and stared at Fang Qin. He had never felt such a strong murderous intent in his heart. You deserve to die. Huang Tian took a step forward, and his aura was powerful. He locked onto Fang Qin. No matter who you are, you must die today. Buzz! At the same time, Huang Tian started to perform the Vermilion Bird secret skill. I will use your blood as a sacrifice for my Vermilion Bird secret skill. Buzz! In the sky above Huang Tian's head, a vast amount of fire energy gradually formed a fiery red bird. There seemed to be an ancient aura on the bird, and it was very terrifying. This is the Vermilion Bird? Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. The Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 primordial divine beasts? Since ancient times there was once a legend. The 4 primordial divine beasts were the rulers of the monster race. The Vermilion Bird was one of the 4 primordial divine beasts. It controlled the flames of the world, and could burn the world. Huang Tian's secret skill could form the Vermilion Bird Phantom. It was not a simple phantom, but a phantom that contained a bit of the Vermilion Bird's power. Fang Chen's eyes shone brightly. He could feel the primordial spirit in his mind vibrating. It was enough to show how powerful the Vermilion Bird was. You should be proud that you can die under my Vermilion Bird secret skill. Huang Tian spread out his hands and closed his eyes. The Vermilion Bird Phantom above his head had fully formed. It spread its wings, and a powerful aura surged out. Its eyes were bright and filled with shocking flames. It seemed to be able to burn the void. Roar! A loud cry came from the Vermilion Bird Phantom's mouth. A terrifying aura filled the air. Fang Qin felt a bit of pressure, but he was not afraid. Although the Vermilion Bird Phantom contained a bit of the Vermilion Bird's power, Huang Tian's combat power was not as strong as his. This was his chance. I didn't expect the first demon-devouring race to be so strong. Fang Qin couldn't help but grin. However, the stronger he was, the more his fighting spirit was aroused. Sky slashing 5 swords. He still had the last sword of the sky slashing 5 swords that he had yet to master. Therefore, the sky slashing sword could only be considered a pseudo-supreme skill. If the 5 swords were combined, they could slash the sky. Chapter 3752. It's useless. You can't block my Vermilion Bird secret skill. Huang Tian soared into the air, and looked down at Fang Qin from above. His eyes were filled with mockery and even a trace of pity. The world was ignorant. How could they know how powerful the ancient Vermilion Bird was? He had inherited the Vermilion Bird secret skill and could activate the thin Vermilion Bird bloodline hidden in the deepest part of his body. Moreover, there was hope for his bloodline to evolve to a more perfect level, which was the thickest vermilion bird bloodline. Huang Tian was insufferably arrogant. His body was full of power. The eyes of the vermilion bird flashed, and it spat out hot flames, turning into a sea of fire. Huang Tian stepped on it and attacked Fang Chen. Vermilion bird's secret skill, burn blood. Huang Tian shouted and performed the first level of the vermilion bird's secret skill. The so-called burn blood was to burn the blood in the enemy's body and cause them to die without any blood. Of course, this level could only be used to deal with martial artists who were much weaker than him. Huang Tian thought that this move was enough to deal with Fang Chen. I will burn all the blood in your body bit by bit. Then I will make you beg for mercy and make you suffer a fate worse than death. One had to admit that Huang Tian was extremely vicious. If it were someone else, they might have run away. However, he had met Fang Chen, who had the heavy responsibility of saving the world. Moreover, the blood in his body was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. Burn blood. Fang Chen curled his lips and stomped his foot. He instantly entered the sea of fire. Boom, boom, boom. He held the Spirit Slayer's sword and let the flames hit his body, but he didn't care. Hiss. The khaki armor wrapped around his body, and the flames couldn't penetrate it. I knew it. Fang Chen's guess was right. The so-called vermilion bird's secret skill wasn't left behind by the real ancient vermilion bird. The vermilion bird phantom that Huang Tian had conjured was merely a facade. A true primordial divine beast's aura alone was enough to cause a person's primordial spirit to crumble. The heaven-severing earth sword unleashed a tremendous amount of power. Sword chi crisscrossed through the earthen yellow armor, creating an indestructible line of defense. No matter how powerful the sea of fire was, it couldn't harm Fang Chen in the slightest. The smile on Huang Tian's face froze when he saw that. It was replaced with a grave expression. That's right, it was solemn. It was simply impossible for ordinary martial artists to withstand the first level of the vermilion bird's secret technique. However, this man's swordsmanship was too demonic. A sword art that combines with the origin of earth? Huang Tian said in a low voice. He turned his palm again, and the vermilion bird opened its wings. Purple flames instantly spewed out and entered the sea of fire. Vermilion bird's secret technique, primordial spirit incineration. Buzz buzz buzz. Scorching purple flames wrapped around Fang Chen's body. Crack. The purple flames were too powerful. Even the khaki defensive armor was unable to block them. They instantly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. Dong. Fang Chen staggered, but he quickly steadied himself. In his mind, the primordial spirit golden man sat upright and still. He didn't panic. The primordial spirit golden man gently pressed down with its hands. Instantly, the purple flames disappeared completely. Boom. After the purple flames were forced out of Huang Tian's body, they exploded in the sea of fire. Terrifying shockwaves swept across the land. Even Huang Tian couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Fang Chen and almost screamed. How is this possible? The second level of the vermilion bird's secret technique burned the primordial spirit. It was clearly recorded in the dossier that no one below the invincible saint realm could withstand the purple flames. However, this guy in front of him was only a saint who had just entered the 9th rank. How could this happen? His primordial spirit? Huang Tian's face turned grave. Could it be? He refused to believe that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had surpassed the invincible saint realm. It seems like your vermilion bird's secret technique is only SOSO. After blocking 2 of Huang Tian's attacks, Fang Chen looked up at the sky and said disdainfully. Huang Tian was furious and wanted to attack again. However, Fang Chen didn't give him a chance. Try taking 2 of my attacks. Swoosh. The sky's severing golden sword shot out and turned into a golden sword gleam. It carried with it an indestructible force and bombarded the vermilion bird illusory figure. Buzz. The space around the vermilion bird illusory figure was distorted and blocked the golden sword gleam. Child's play. Huang Tian sneered and said disdainfully. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a crisp sound. He looked up. The golden sword gleam pierced through the distorted space and pierced the vermilion bird illusory figure. Buzz. The vermilion bird illusory figure shook, and its strength decreased sharply. The scorching flames burned the golden sword gleam. Crack. In the end, the golden sword gleam was destroyed. However, Huang Tian was shocked to find that the power of the vermilion bird illusory figure had decreased by 30%. How is this possible? He exclaimed and looked at Fang Chen in shock. Just one attack had weakened the vermilion bird illusory figure by 30%. What if there were a few more attacks? True enough. While he was thinking, the second attack had arrived. Sky-severing fire sword. As the saying goes, fight poison with poison. In the face of the vermilion bird illusory figure, Fang Chen chose to fight fire with fire. The sword gleam condensed from the fire origin pierced the vermilion bird illusory figure and exploded. Two completely different flames were burning each other, and they were inseparable. However, only Fang Chen knew that the sky-severing fire sword had the upper hand. This was because he could use the sky-severing five swords without any restrictions. However, the vermilion bird illusory figure could not maintain such power forever. Bang! The moment the sky-severing fire sword shattered, Huang Tian discovered that the power of the vermilion bird illusory figure had been reduced to 50%. How could this be? Right then, Huang Tian's invincible confidence had been shaken. He frantically activated the vermilion bird secret skill and tried to condense the vermilion bird illusory figure again to suppress Fang Chen. It's useless. Fang Chen shook his head. Although the vermilion bird secret skill was powerful, Huang Tian was too weak and could not fully unleash its power. This also gave Fang Chen a chance. Whoosh! After receiving the inheritance of the country of blood, Fang Chen's combat strength had reached a whole new level. After the continuous clashes, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. Now it was time to end the battle. Buzz! He unleashed 4 sword strikes in a row, each of which contained one of the 5 elemental origins. 4 sword gleams shot into the sky and vaguely formed a sword array. A terrifying pressure permeated the void and suppressed the aura of the vermilion bird illusory figure. No, I, Huang Tian, am invincible. Huang Tian looked up to the sky and roared. He activated all the power in his body and frantically activated the vermilion bird secret skill. He condensed another vermilion bird illusory figure with a stronger aura and was ready to fight to the death with Fang Chen. Chapter 3753. Who was he? He was the most powerful person among the younger generation of the Flying Phoenix Mansion. He was also the most talented disciple in history. When he entered the Saint Realm, not only did the Lord of the Flying Phoenix Mansion protect him, but even the leaders of the various sects in the Flying Phoenix Mansion had come to the City Lord Mansion. It was a grand occasion, and everyone was amazed. However, Huang Tian did not disappoint. When he entered the Saint Realm, an anomaly appeared and covered the entire Flying Phoenix Mansion. It even alerted the 4 major sections. That was why Huang Tian was able to enter the mystery realm that many people dreamed of. It was because he had gained the recognition of the 4 major sects, and they were going to recruit him into the 4 major sections. From this, one could tell Huang Tian's identity and status. If he died in the Annihilating Dragon Cave, the Lord of the Flying Phoenix Mansion would be furious, and all the forces in the Flying Phoenix Mansion would attack the Annihilating Dragon Cave. I, Huang Tian, am invincible. Huang Tian roared and activated the vermilion bird secret technique to the maximum. An illusory vermilion bird shadow spread its wings in the sky, and a golden aura filled the air. The vermilion bird shadow. The massive vermilion bird projection suddenly swooped down, carrying with it a wisp of the power of the heavenly Tao. When it flapped its wings, the entire space was distorted. Huang Tian leaped up and stepped on the vermilion bird's phantom. Buzz. The vermilion bird's power instantly entered his body, and his aura reached its peak. Boom, boom, boom. There was a strong power in Huang Tian's body. It was as if the ancient vermilion bird's power had awakened the thinnest vermilion bird bloodline power in his body. Terrifying power swept across the land, and the vermilion bird bloodline power in his body rippled and spread through his meridians. Huang Tian's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was so excited that his body trembled. Vermilion bird bloodline, he roared. He did not expect to awaken the vermilion bird bloodline at such a critical moment. This was an unexpected good thing for him. Buzz. He clenched his fists and crackling sounds came from his body. The terrifying vermilion bird bloodline covered his entire body and a shocking power flowed out from his vermilion bird bloodline. At the same time, he also sensed the movement of the vermilion bird projection beneath his feet. It let out a loud cry as if it was responding to Huang Tian's vermilion bird bloodline. Vermilion bird secret technique, void incineration. This was the third level of the vermilion bird secret technique. From its literal meaning, one could understand that once this technique was unleashed, it could burn the void between heaven and earth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Scorching flames shot out from the mouth of the vermilion bird phantom. In an instant, the sea of fire expanded again, as if it was going to burn the void. And at this moment, Fang Chen controlled the 4 strands of origin sword light in the air and arrived before the vermilion bird's figure in an instant. Heaven severing 5 swords. Fang Chen lightly shouted. 4 sword lights pierced towards the vermilion bird phantom at lightning speed from 4 different angles. Crack! The feathers of the vermilion bird phantom were extremely hard and were comparable to Origin's sacred weapons. They blocked the attack of the 4 sword lights. However, because of this, they were also shaken violently and their bodies were shaking. You're courting death. Seeing this, Huang Tian suddenly threw out a punch. This punch contained the power of the vermilion bird bloodline. Even an invincible sage would have to weigh the pros and cons of this punch. However, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and swung it again. Invincible sword technique. Before he completely mastered the heaven-severing 5 swords, the invincible sword technique was Fang Chen's real trump card. This was because this was a sword technique that he had created based on his own experience and comprehension. Together with the invincible sword principle, he could dominate the world. Swoosh. Dazzling sword light whizzed over. Slash. Huang Tian attacked Fang Chen while controlling the vermilion bird phantom to refine the void. Unfortunately, the vermilion bird was unable to unleash its full power due to the interference of the 4 origin swords. Huang Tian was unable to block the invincible sword technique at all without the help of the vermilion bird. Even though his vermilion bird bloodline had been activated. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the 3rd level of the vermilion bird secret technique was severed by Fang Chen's sword. Crack! The sea of fire in the air instantly retreated. The vermilion bird's shadow let out a miserable cry as it continuously retreated, its body swaying. As for Huang Tian, he was greatly shaken and his face turned pale. How is this possible? His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. He found it hard to believe that the fellow before him was actually this powerful. Even the 3rd level of the vermilion bird's secret technique is unable to defeat him? Huang Tian murmured to himself. His eyes were filled with determination. Even though he had received the inheritance and cultivated the vermilion bird's secret technique, he was still a vermilion bird. However, due to time constraints, he was only able to cultivate the first 3 levels. As for the last 2 levels, it was very difficult for him to understand. But now, the first 3 levels of the vermilion bird's secret technique were unable to defeat Fang Chen. This made him waver slightly. No, I am Huang Tian. I should be able to defeat my peers. All of a sudden, Huang Tian's head jerked and he instantly regained his confidence. He looked down at Fang Chen, his pitch-black eyes shining brightly. "I admit that you are very powerful," Huang Tian said coldly. "However, the final winner today is me, Huang Tian." In Huang Tian's eyes, Fang Chen was just a stumbling block on his path to the peak of the martial arts path. If he could not even crush the stumbling block, how could he reach the peak? Huang Tian licked his dry lips and his body was filled with killing intent. The vermilion bird bloodline was fully activated. Although it was thin, it was still the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It was not something that an ordinary bloodline could compare to. The thin vermilion bird bloodline had even replaced the devouring demon bloodline in his body. After all, in the devouring demon clan, he was considered one of the youngest members of the younger generation. His bloodline was extremely thin and almost non-existent. But now the heavenly Tao had given him the vermilion bird bloodline, and he was destined to become a peerless almighty like the ancient divine beast vermilion bird. You will be the first martial artist to witness my rise. I will give you the greatest respect. You should be proud that you can die under my 4th level of the vermilion bird secret technique, Huang Tian said in a low voice. Although he had not cultivated the 4th level of the vermilion bird secret technique, he still had a chance to use it forcefully with the help of the vermilion bird bloodline. This chance was enough to kill Fang Chen. As long as he killed him, everything would be over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames filled the air and the surrounding area was shrouded in high temperature. Huang Tian stepped on the vermilion bird shadow and the vermilion bird bloodline in his body flowed. The vermilion bird secret technique was activated. He was accumulating energy. It was not easy to forcefully use the 4th level of the vermilion bird secret technique. If he was not careful, he would explode and die. However, as long as he could kill Fang Chen, it was worth it even if he suffered a backlash. Are you ready to die? Huang Tian looked down at Fang Chen. Chapter 3754. Romance Website. The 4th level of the vermilion bird secret skill, Burning Tao Fruit. As soon as this skill was used, the entire space turned into a sea of fire. The scorching flames filled the sky as if they were going to refine the entire world. At that moment, Huang Tian stepped on the flames. A cold light shot out from his dark eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. Let's see how you're going to block it this time. He was very confident in the 4th level of the vermilion bird secret skill. This was a skill that he had forcibly used by burning his vermilion bird bloodline. Its power was already above that of an invincible sage. He did not believe that Fang Chen would be able to block this move. Even though he would be severely injured by the backlash, it would be worth it as long as he could kill Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sea of fire engulfed Fang Chen. Fang Chen's face gradually turned serious. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of the 4th level of the vermilion bird secret skill. This level was called Burning Tao Fruit. Wherever the flames passed, it would completely seep into the martial artist's body and destroy their endless cultivation efforts. One had to know. The Tao Fruit was as important as the primordial spirit to a martial artist. Once the Tao Fruit was destroyed, his cultivation would also end. The vermilion bird secret skill was very powerful. It could penetrate the martial artist's body and burn the Tao Fruit. Hiss hiss hiss. The terrifying flames ignored all defenses and entered Fang Chen's body, trying to burn his Tao Fruit. Perfect bloodline. Fang Chen shouted and activated his perfect bloodline. The purple blood flowed wildly and spots of black light spread throughout his body, blocking the vermilion bird's power in his meridians. At the same time, Fang Chen did not stay idle. He held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and used the invincible sword technique again. With the 5 sky slashing swords as a supplement, he protected his body and used the invincible sword technique as his main attack. Streaks of sharp and domineering sword light crisscrossed in the air. At that moment, Fang Chen was like a sword god standing above the sky. Pucci. Huang Tian could not block the sword light at all. He could only rely on the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique to destroy Fang Chen's Dao fruit and kill him. Other than that, he had no other choice. So strong. Huang Tian's eyes were filled with madness. Even so, he could still feel how powerful Fang Chen was. Unfortunately, they were opponents. Huang Tian pressed his foot down and kicked one of the sword lights. Instantly, the sword light shattered. A cold expression appeared on his face. It's useless. I'm about to destroy your fruit of Dao. Huang Tian sneered. He could see that Fang Chen was at the end of his tether. Once his Dao fruit was completely destroyed, he would die for sure. Hee. Seeing that Fang Chen was still struggling with all his might, there was no trace of pity on his face. To pity the enemy was to be irresponsible to oneself. They were enemies. On the battlefield, they could not be merciful. I admit that you are strong. Among the younger generation that I have seen, you can be ranked first. Unfortunately, you have met me, Huang Tian. Huang Tian looked down at Fang Chen and sneered. Moreover, he had met Huang Tian, who had accepted the Vermilion Bird secret technique and activated the Vermilion Bird bloodline. This was Huang Tian at his peak. He was confident that no one among the younger generation could defeat him. It's useless. Your struggle is futile. Today your life will end here, Huang Tian said coldly. Anyone who dares to attack me, Huang Tian, should be prepared to be killed. Pucci. Suddenly, Huang Tian's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his aura weakened. This was the backlash of the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Let's end this. It's time to end this. Huang Tian knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, the thin Vermilion Bird bloodline in his body would not be able to sustain the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique for long. Once the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique disappeared, he would lose his greatest trump card. Then, there would be a change. Kill. Huang Tian roared and jumped in front of Fang Chen. He wanted to attack Fang Chen from both sides and kill him quickly. Boom. A deafening explosion came from Fang Chen's body. He had activated his perfect bloodline to the extreme. Even the terrifying burning power of the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique could not destroy his meridians. Get lost. At this moment, Fang Chen showed great perseverance. He used his perfect bloodline to block the terrifying flames of the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique outside his meridians. His fruit of Dao was not damaged at all. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the flames that had been blocked. Fortunately, he had accepted the inheritance of the country of blood and his perfect bloodline had evolved to a whole new level. Otherwise, he would not have been able to block the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Of course. In addition, there was another important reason. Huang Tian, who had used the Vermilion Bird secret technique, was not strong. If it had been an invincible sage who had used it, Fang Chen would not have been able to last until now. It's time to end this. Fang Chen roared and his perfect bloodline vibrated. He unleashed all his power and directly stripped the flames of the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique out of his body. Crack! The Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand split the flames in half at lightning speed. How is this possible? Huang Tian exclaimed. Even the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique could not burn his fruit of Dao? Impossible. This is definitely impossible. However, he felt a terrifying backlash force that instantly sent him flying. Pucci. He spat out blood and his face was extremely pale. However, even with that being the case, he still quickly got up with the intention of killing Fang Chen. Unfortunately, Fang Chen had already recovered to his peak state. He quickly waved the Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand and used the Invincible Sword technique. Invincible Sword technique, kill. The invincible sword technique turned into thousands of sword radiances in the air. Each sword radiance contained a shocking blood-red light. Terrifying killing intent filled the air. Huang Tian felt hopeless. No, I am a disciple of the Flying Phoenix Mansion. You can't kill me. Huang Tian started to beg for mercy. He used the name of the Flying Phoenix Mansion to intimidate Fang Chen. I can give you the Vermilion Bird secret technique, as long as you let me go. The failure of the 4th level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique meant that Huang Tian had completely lost the ability to fight. He could only choose to beg for mercy now. However, Fang Chen did not give him any chance to do so. The devouring demons deserve to die. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of sword radiances instantly shot out and pierced through Huang Tian's body. Huang Tian was furious. He only found out about Fang Chen's true identity before he died. Unfortunately, he could not inform the Flying Phoenix Mansion. I can't accept this. Huang Tian let out a pitiful cry. His body fell limply into a pool of blood, and he lost all signs of life. The most powerful person among the younger generation of the Flying Phoenix Mansion, who had obtained the Vermilion Bird secret technique and activated the Vermilion Bird bloodline, had died. The person who killed him was Fang Chen. Chapter 3755. Buzz. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and took Huang Tian's infinite space ring. Crack. At the same time, he plunged his hand into Huang Tian's body and took out his burning heart. The thin Vermilion Bird bloodline had gathered in his heart and the blood essence was quickly dissipating. Fang Chen would not miss such a good opportunity. This was the power of the Vermilion Bird bloodline of the ancient divine beast. He clenched his fist and the terrifying perfect bloodline surged out. It turned into a sea of blood and swallowed Huang Tian's heart. Soon, the thin Vermilion Bird bloodline was refined by the perfect bloodline. At this moment, Fang Chen clearly felt that the perfect bloodline seemed to be more condensed than before. Most importantly, the color had changed. Previously, it was purple with a little black. However, at this moment it had already turned dark purple. The black dots that were mixed within it were gradually weakening. Fang Chen guessed that the black spots in the perfect bloodline were the remnants of the blood inheritance. After the Vermilion Bird bloodline baptism, the black spots had become fewer. This further confirmed his guess. Buzz. He opened his hands and the dark purple blood surged. He could clearly feel that the temperature of the void around him had suddenly increased. The Vermilion Bird bloodline? Fang Chen took a deep breath. From what he knew, the Vermilion Bird bloodline of the ancient divine beast should be at the same level as the primitive tribe bloodline or even higher. After countless eras, the ancient divine beast had become extinct during the Dharma ending age. The Vermilion Bird bloodline had disappeared. He was lucky to be able to obtain a thin Vermilion Bird bloodline from Huang Tian. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body flashed and he instantly disappeared. Soon, he appeared on a mountain peak. He waved his hand and set up an array to isolate himself from the outside world. Then, he took out Huang Tian's infinite space ring and started to check it. At the same time, in a certain area of the dragon-slaying cave, the 3 white ape brothers were working together to kill the patriarch of the demonic beast. Damn it! In the process of the fierce battle, White 1 and White 2 worked together to pin down the patriarch of the demonic beasts, while White 3 took the opportunity to rush into the demonic beasts and kill them. Miserable screams came from the mouths of the monstrous beasts. Their huge bodies fell into pools of blood. Soon, corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Seeing this, the old ancestor of the monstrous beasts was completely enraged. Kill! A furious roar of a beast could be heard. The ancestor of the demonic beasts had transformed into his true form. Terrifying energy swept across the entire area. Above his head, a spatial storm appeared. All of you must die. His gong-sized eyes locked onto the 3 white ape brothers. The spatial storm grew bigger and bigger, and the cracks in the void spread. In a flash, he appeared in front of the three white ape brothers. "Let's go." The three white ape brothers sensed the danger. The patriarch of the monster race was an invincible saint. Now that he had ignited his blood essence and summoned a spatial storm, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. The three brothers were no match for him. Hoo! The three brothers transformed into their true forms, and the three white apes quickly disappeared into the horizon. "You want to leave?" The ancestor of the demonic beasts controlled the spatial storm and blasted it into the distance. Crack! In the distant horizon, the void exploded and blood sprayed out. The three white ape brothers disappeared without a trace. "I will not let you go." The ancestor of the monster race did not chase after them. He lowered his head and looked down. There were not many of his tribesmen left. "Ancestor." Many of his tribesmen fell into a pool of blood weakly. Their eyes were filled with despair. "It's okay. My tribe will not be annihilated." Their tribe had lived here for countless years. They had survived the most difficult times. This time, some of the devouring demons from the outside world had entered to destroy them. Impossible! The eyes of the ancestor of the monster race were filled with malice. He asked his tribesmen to reorganize themselves. Then, he said, "Let's go." The battle here had caused too much of a commotion. It would definitely attract the attention of the martial artists hiding in the dark. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. When the great demon appeared and swept through the dragon extinguishing cave, they would take the opportunity to leave. On the mountain peak, Fang Chen checked Huang Tian's spatial ring. He is indeed the strongest among the younger generation of the Flying Phoenix Mansion. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. There were mountains of natural treasures and some rare elixirs in the spatial ring. This is... With a thought, Fang Chen took out a milky white pill. The fragrance of the elixir wafted into his nose. He could clearly see that the milky white elixir was smooth but had some complicated patterns. Fang Chen had only seen such an elixir in ancient books. "Life Mark Elixir," Fang Chen said. The Life Mark Elixir was a type of Origin Saint Elixir. It was a type of supreme elixir that was above saint-grade elixirs. Elixirs that could be called Origin Saint Elixir were all refined with origin energy. This elixir could be combined with one's comprehension of the 5 elemental origins. Its efficacy would be greatly increased. The Life Mark Elixir was one of the Origin Saint Elixirs. The refinement of this elixir was complicated and difficult. Even the best alchemists might not be able to refine it. Moreover, it required the right time, place, and people. Most importantly, one had to comprehend the 5 elemental origins to the extreme before they could refine it. This Life Mark Elixir was refined with the Earth Origin energy. After swallowing it, it could greatly increase the strength of one's physical body and the thickness of the armor formed by the Earth Origin energy. Simply put, after swallowing the Life Mark Elixir, one's defense would be greatly increased for a short period of time. Good stuff. Fang Chen grinned. In a battle between experts, if one swallowed a Life Mark Elixir, one's defense would be greatly increased and they would be able to easily turn the situation around. He checked Huang Tian's interspatial ring and found that there were 9 Life Mark Elixirs. In addition, there were some saint-grade elixirs. Of course, what surprised Fang Chen the most was a broken sword covered in blood. The broken sword was dim, and the blood on the blade had long dried up. It was as if it had been through countless years. It made one feel hesitant. When Fang Chen held it in his hand, he felt confused for a moment and his mind went blank. Dong, dong, dong. His origin spirit trembled. There seemed to be a shocking power hidden in the broken sword. Even his origin spirit felt fear. What is this? His intuition told him that this blood-stained broken sword was not simple. Buzz. Even the perfect bloodline in his body seemed to roar. What's going on? When he held the broken sword, all the weapons in his interspatial ring shattered. The Spirit Slayer's sword in his arms showed signs of cracking. No. He instantly let go of the broken sword, and everything returned to normal. The cracks on the Spirit Slayer's sword also gradually recovered. Fang Chen took a deep breath and stared at the broken sword. He was in a state of shock. Chapter 3756. Fang Chen closed his eyes and seriously felt the terrifying evil aura of the broken sword. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, his primordial spirit trembled in his mind as if it was about to collapse. His expression suddenly changed and he wanted to let go of the broken sword, but it was too late. Buzz! In the void, killing intent filled the air, and the smell of blood swept through the sky. At a glance, the terrifying war had been going on for tens of thousands of years, and there were still people joining the battlefield dauntlessly. Kill! The roar shook the sky. However, blood spilled all over the battlefield. What Fang Chen saw was a broken continent with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. No. He desperately roared, but he couldn't change the fact. Boom! Suddenly, a figure holding a long sword walked towards the battlefield step by step. On the other side of the battlefield, there was also a person holding a long sword, but the sword aura of the two were completely different. The swordsman who passed by Fang Chen emitted a gentle and holy sword light, while his enemy emitted an evil sword aura. "You're finally here?" the evil swordsman said with a sinister expression. "I'm here to kill you." The righteous swordsman held a long sword and began to attack after saying this. Boom! The entire battlefield instantly collapsed and a spatial storm spread. Wherever the sword light went, a hole was created in the void. That is, Fang Chen suddenly felt his body freeze. His body uncontrollably came to the battlefield less than a meter away from the righteous swordsman. However, he didn't feel any pain even though the terrifying sword aura pierced through his body. What a terrifying sword aura! He saw every sword move of the righteous swordsman and the complex sword principle contained in the sword light. He could clearly see that the sword light was covered with layers of complex patterns. The appearance of these patterns greatly increased the power of the sword light. His head suddenly exploded, and pain spread throughout his body. No. He let out a cry of surprise, and his entire person instantly sobered up. He looked around and found himself sitting cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Phew! He heaved a sigh of relief and looked down at the blood-stained broken sword. A trace of fear emerged in his heart. Just now, was that real? Fang Chen whispered to himself. He was sure that he had fallen into an illusion and most likely entered the space of the broken sword. However, he was unable to confirm whether the scene he had just seen was real or not. If they really did exist, then who were those two peak sword cultivators? What a terrifying broken sword! Fang Chen put the broken sword into his interspatial ring. Only after a long time did he regain his senses. With his current cultivation level, he was unable to inspect the broken sword at all. He even guessed that the broken sword might hide a secret from the Dark Age, and it might even be related to Jizun. Whoosh! He sucked in a deep breath and shook his head. He temporarily forgot about the bloodied sword and returned his gaze to Huang Tian's space ring. Vermilion Bird Secret Technique? Finally, he flipped to a yellowed book. There were 4 bold and forceful words written on it. In the cave of the slaying dragon, Huang Tian had received an ancient inheritance from the ruins of a powerhouse and cultivated the Vermilion Bird Secret Technique. He had to admit that the Vermilion Bird Secret Technique was very powerful. If Huang Tian was not so weak, Fang Chen might not have been able to defeat him. Fang Chen flipped it open and read for a while. The more he read, the more he felt that the Vermilion Bird Secret Technique was unfathomable. When cultivated to the peak, one could summon the shadow of the Vermilion Bird. It was not the incomplete shadow that Huang Tian had summoned, but the real shadow of the Vermilion Bird. At that time, it would be equivalent to the Vermilion Bird teaming up with the Vermilion Bird. One could imagine how powerful it would be. Buzz. At that moment, Fang Chen felt that the perfect bloodline in his body was rippling. The vermilion bird bloodline? He was a little surprised. After killing Huang Tian in the battle, he had absorbed the thin vermilion bird bloodline in his body and merged it into his perfect bloodline. He did not expect that the vermilion bird bloodline would ripple when he read the vermilion bird secret technique. After merging the vermilion bird bloodline, will it be easier for me to cultivate the vermilion bird secret technique? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his mind. However, he put the vermilion bird secret technique aside and continued to check Huang Tian's interspatial ring. After a while, he finally finished checking. Apart from the vermilion bird secret technique, the blood-stained broken sword, and the life pattern pill, the other things seemed precious but were actually useless to Fang Chen. I've gained a lot. Fang Chen pursed his lips. It was no wonder that many people in the cultivation world wanted to take advantage of others. Although it was risky, the rewards were also great. If he succeeded once, he would be able to obtain cultivation resources for tens of thousands of years. However, if he failed, he would be completely dead. Take Huang Tian for example. He was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation in the Flying Phoenix Mansion and was even valued by the Four Branches. In the end, he still died in the dragon-slaying cave. This time, there was a change in the dragon-slaying cave, and it could not be opened for a long time. The outside world was also changing. The Carefree Mansion, Tianhui Mansion, and Bright King Mansion had reached a consensus to form an alliance and stop the war. The Flying Phoenix Mansion was also the first to know about Huang Tian's death. Boom! The Flying Phoenix Mansion Lord's face was extremely dark and he was extremely furious. What happened? This morning, the guards found that Huang Tian's life pattern had shattered and hurriedly reported the news. This matter had shocked the entire Flying Phoenix Mansion. The leaders of all the forces in the Flying Phoenix Mansion came to the City Lord's mansion to discuss this matter with the Flying Phoenix Mansion Lord. Huang Tian's forces are enough to be ranked as the strongest among the younger generation. I really can't think of anyone who could kill him in the dragon-slaying cave. The younger generation of the other mansions is no match for Huang Tian. Unless the younger generation of the Four Branches attack. Some of the leaders of the sect expressed their opinions. Maybe Huang Tian was attacked by the indigenous tribes in the dragon-slaying cave? It's also possible that he was killed by someone. In short, they thought of all the possibilities. Humph! The Flying Phoenix Mansion Lord harumphed coldly. He who had been silent finally spoke. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Huang Tian is a rare genius in the Flying Phoenix Mansion. Moreover, he has a thin vermilion bird bloodline. Once activated, he could become a peak existence comparable to the primordial divine beast, the vermilion bird. The Flying Phoenix Mansion Lord said coldly, however, he died in the dragon-slaying cave. Not only the Flying Phoenix Mansion, but even the Four Branches will not let this matter rest. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the murderer. If we can't find the murderer, we will treat the disciples of the other mansions who entered the dragon-slaying cave as the murderer. Bang! The Flying Phoenix Mansion Lord smashed the tea table beside him. The Flying Phoenix Mansion needs an explanation. Chapter 3757. All the forces in the Flying Phoenix Mansion were enraged. They swore that they would find the culprit. Otherwise, they would lead an army to flatten the cave of the slaying dragon. However, Fang Chen was unaware of this. He had gained a lot from killing Huang Tian. However, he was not in the mood to cultivate the vermilion bird secret skill, as he had more important things to do. He remembered that the great demon had given him the task of killing all the cultivators from the devouring demon tribe in the cave of the slaying dragon. Continue to search. After putting away the spoils of war, Fang Chen continued his aimless search. Soon, he found the devouring demon tribe hiding in the dark again. Swoosh! A resplendent sword light burst forth, piercing through the void in an instant. Suddenly, a terrifying power swept out, suppressing the void. Boom! Then, a deafening sound reverberated in the sky. Blood spurted out from the void in the distance, and a blood-curdling scream was heard. With a loud bang, a headless corpse fell from the sky and landed in a pool of blood. Run! His companion sensed that something was wrong and his face changed drastically. His mind went blank and he only had one thought in his mind, which was to run away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. His speed was fast enough, but Fang Chen's swordsmanship was even faster. Trying to run? Fang Chen sneered. He leaped up and stepped on the Spirit Slayer's sword. In an instant, he caught up and blocked the devouring demon tribe's path. Who are you? The devouring demon tribe's member stopped in his tracks and stared at Fang Chen warily. His eyes were filled with fear. You can't kill me. He told Fang Chen about the force behind him and tried to scare him into letting him go. Unfortunately, Fang Chen didn't care about that. Even Huang Tian from the Flying Phoenix Mansion died under my sword. Do you think I'm afraid of you? As expected, when the devouring demon tribe's member heard the name Huang Tian from the Flying Phoenix Mansion, his body trembled and his forehead was covered in sweat. Boom boom boom. He burned his blood essence and the power in his body erupted. He was ready to fight. Die. With a flick of his wrist, Fang Chen's Spirit Slayer sword fell and cut off his head in an instant. Bang! The martial artist from the devouring demon tribe died instantly. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen kept looking for the devouring demon tribe. Although they were well hidden, Fang Chen could use the senses of his perfect bloodline to slowly search for them. Finally, after he killed the seventh devouring demon, he found the three white ape brothers. Is it them? Fang Chen was a little stunned. White Ape had once told him that the clansmen of the tribe would not enter the cave of the slaying dragon without permission under normal circumstances. But now, he saw the three White Ape brothers. The three of them were covered with blood. Judging from their appearances, it seemed that they were trying to avoid being killed. Who's chasing them? Fang Chen didn't have time to think about why they had entered the cave of the annihilating dragon. Seeing that the three White Ape brothers were in danger, he naturally would not sit idly by. No matter what, the three White Ape brothers had once exchanged pointers with him. Moreover, he was indebted to the old White Ape. At this moment, the three White Ape brothers were exhausted and the energy in their bodies was depleted. Behind them, there was a terrifying force. The patriarch of the monster tribe was chasing after the three of them in a frenzy. You can't escape. The patriarch of the monster tribe locked his scarlet eyes on the three of them. Boom. Seeing that he was about to catch up with the three of them, the patriarch of the monster tribe suddenly flipped his palm and blasted out a terrifying palm. Dong. The great void palm print, which carried endless power, appeared in front of the three White Ape brothers in an instant. The three brothers looked at each other and nodded heavily, ready to fight to the death. Crack! However, at this critical moment, a shocking sword light appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the giant palm print, forcing it to stop in its tracks. At the same time, Fang Chen appeared and used the heaven-severing 5 swords. Using the heaven-severing golden sword as the foundation, an indestructible sword chi condensed into a 30,000-meter-long sword shadow that shattered the giant palm in the air. Crack! The void palm print shattered and exploded, and a terrifying airwave swept across the world. The patriarch of the monster tribe also involuntarily took a few steps back. It's you. When he saw who it was, his face turned ferocious and his aura soared. He gritted his teeth in hatred. The three White Ape brothers were dumbfounded. They saw with their own eyes that the kingdom of blood was shattered and Fang Chen was sucked into the ground. At that time, they guessed that Fang Chen was very likely to die in the hands of the great demon. But now, at this critical moment, he came to save the three brothers. He's not dead. Third White yelled excitedly. That's great. Second White also danced with joy. Only First White thought of the shocking sword strike just now and looked at Fong Chen with even more enthusiasm. Fong Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level after cultivating in the cave of the slaying dragon for such a short time. Are the three of you okay? Fong Chen turned around and looked at the three white ape brothers with a smile. If you came a little later, we probably wouldn't have seen you again, Third White joked. You're really lucky. Second White curled his lips. Thank you. First White remained calm and thanked Fong Chen with a fist salute. He also reminded Fong Chen that the patriarch of the monster tribe was an invincible saint and had strong combat strength. Kid, you destroyed my tribe and killed my people. Today I will tear you into pieces. The patriarch of the monster tribe said coldly as his aura enveloped Fong Chen. You want to kill me? Fong Chen sneered. If it was before, he might be afraid of the patriarch of the monster tribe. But after receiving the kingdom of blood, his perfect bloodline had transformed and he had absorbed the thin red bird bloodline. His combat strength was no weaker than a peak 9th rank expert. In the battle with Huang Tian, he had stimulated all his potential and had a breakthrough. His attainments in the sword principle had reached an unprecedented level. It was no exaggeration to say that he was no weaker than an ordinary invincible saint if he went all out. Therefore, he was confident that he could withstand the attack of the patriarch of the monster tribe. Kill. The ancestor of the demonic beasts bellowed and sent out another palm strike. The palm strike was like a tidal wave, forming a gigantic palm print in the air. This time, the void palm print was several times more powerful than before. The patriarch of the monster tribe wanted to kill Fong Chen with one strike. Obviously, he was thinking too much. Boom, boom, boom. Fong Chen waved the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and released the sky, slashing 5 swords perfectly. 4 sword lights crisscrossed and formed a sword net that blocked the void palm print. He's so powerful! Third White exclaimed. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? How did his strength improve so much in such a short time? Back then, White 3 had been steadily suppressing Fong Chen, but in the end, he was only at a slight disadvantage. How long had it been at this time? The 3 White Ape brothers had mixed feelings. Grandpa White Ape asked the 3 brothers to come to the cave of the slaying dragon to save Fong Chen. Little did they know that Fong Chen was saving them. Chapter 3758. The powerful combat strength that Fong Chen displayed stunned the 3 White Ape brothers. Their hearts were filled with shock, and huge waves were set off in their hearts. What exactly has Brother Fong Chen experienced these days? Could it be that he has obtained the recognition of the world-shaking great demon underground and received its inheritance? This was the only way to explain why Fong Chen's strength had suddenly skyrocketed to such an extent. Thinking back to the past, the old white ape had asked the 3 brothers to exchange pointers with Fong Chen to promote his growth and improvement. They did not expect that Fong Chen would be able to fight against the ancestor of the monster race alone in such a short period of time. After all, he was a genuine invincible saint. What was invincible? It meant that he was an invincible super expert in the 5 elements sacred realm. They had already reached perfection in their comprehension of the origin and the refinement of their cultivation realms. To be called an invincible saint, one had to at least comprehend one of the 5 elements' origins to perfection. The perfection here was not in the ordinary sense, but a deeper level of perfection that involved the perfection of the chaotic power. According to this requirement, it was too difficult to comprehend the 5 elements' origins to perfection. This was also why there were so many 5 elements sacred realm experts, but very few invincible saints. At their level, they could basically be said to be standing at the peak of the chaotic power. Unless a supreme expert made a move, no one could be a match for him. Such a person could become the master of a prefecture even in the origin world where experts were as numerous as clouds. There were even some who held important positions in the four branches. Of course, the so-called invincible was only limited to the five elements sacred realm. As for the half-step chaotic supreme realm, it was already touching the threshold of the chaotic supreme realm, so it did not belong to the five elements sacred realm. Now, in the entire origin world, there were only a few half-step chaotic supreme realm experts, and they were all capable generals under the devouring demon clan's patriarch. They had disappeared from everyone's sight for countless years. Therefore, in this era, the ancestors of the demonic beasts were almost invincible in the dragon-slaying cave. In the past, all the cultivators who entered the cave of the dragon-slaying cave did not dare to provoke his tribe. His tribe would even secretly attack and kill some of the devouring demon tribe members who came from the outside world. However, this time around, he had never imagined that not only would his clan be annihilated and slaughtered, but the enemy would also become so powerful. Could it be the eyes of the patriarch of the demonic beasts flashed with a cold, killing intent? He roared angrily at the sky. He guessed that Fang Chun had obtained a powerful inheritance in the kingdom of blood. Damn it, why wasn't he killed by the great demon? The ancestor of the demonic beasts felt incredulous. When he had decided to relocate the entire clan, it was because he had sensed that a world-shaking great demon was about to appear. Therefore, he had led his people away as quickly as possible. However, Fang Chun was trapped in the ancient mansion. He would definitely die at the hands of the world-shaking great demon. But now, not only was he alive and well, his combat strength was actually not inferior to his. I have to kill him. The eyes of the patriarch of the demonic beasts were cold, releasing a terrifying killing intent. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. If he continued to grow, he would definitely become a nightmare for their clan. Therefore, this time, no matter what, he had to kill him. Kill. The old ancestor of the demonic beasts transformed into his true form and unleashed his innate ability. He opened his bloody mouth and spat out black blood. Instantly, the blood evaporated in the air. After that, the formless aura condensed into a long sword. Humph, I'd like to see if your long sword is sharper or my long sword is harder. Seeing Fang Chun display his swordsmanship, the patriarch of the demonic beasts did not say anything and used his own divine ability to evolve a void battle sword. Then, with the help of his divine ability and the bloodline in his body, it formed the strongest attack. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The terrifying void battle sword brought with it boundless power as it shot out. Humph! Fang Chun snorted coldly and displayed the sky, severing 5 swords step by step. The earthy yellow sword light surrounded his body, forming the strongest defense. The golden sword light released a sharp and domineering aura. The milky white sword light turned into raindrops and surrounded the golden sword light, as if it could merge at any time. As for the fiery red sword light, it was burning the golden sword light under the raindrops. The 4 origin sword moves divided the work and cooperated with each other, increasing the attack power. Not far away, the 3 white ape brothers were completely stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's incredible! Bai San gasped. He did not expect Fang Chun to have cultivated such an incredible swordsmanship. With the 4 origin forces as the foundation, he cultivated the 4 origin sword moves and can also offset the strong repulsive force between the origin forces of the 5 elements. Combining and cooperating with each other, this is not the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. Bayer also said in a deep voice. Bai Yi's pupils shrank and he was tongue-tied. After a long time, he smiled bitterly. The 3 of them were no longer qualified to be Fang Chen's sparring partners. The latter's strength was completely above them. Grandpa Bai asked us to save brother Fang Chun. I didn't expect. Bai Yi grinned bitterly. However, the stronger Fang Chun was, the more excited they were. At least, the ancestor of the monster race could not kill them all. Let's go help Brother Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, the three white ape brothers reached a unanimous decision. They could not let Fong Chen fight the great ancestor of the monster race alone. After all, the great ancestor was an invincible saint. Regardless of whether it was in terms of the control of the origin energy or in terms of cultivation, he was superior to them. Although the three brothers were weak, they could at least play a role in restraining him. As long as Fong Chen was given enough time, he could definitely defeat the ancestor of the monster race. White Ape Array. Suddenly, White One leaped into the air. At the same time, By Air also appeared in a triangular shape on both sides of the ancestor of the monster race. The three of them released the power of the White Ape bloodline and intertwined with each other. They were burning their bloodline to set up the White Ape Array. Boom! With a loud noise, the White Ape Array was set up. A terrible spatial storm was born under Bai Yi's feet. Brother Fong Chen, you can attack as much as you want. The three of us will restrain him. Bai Yi roared loudly. Seeing this, Fong Chen nodded and rushed to the spatial storm with the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand. Invincible swordsmanship. Fong Chen finally used his strongest sword technique. An extremely powerful aura surged through the sky, as if he was charging forward without looking back. Chapter 3759. With Fong Chen's current strength, it would not be easy for him to defeat the patriarch of the monster race. After all, the patriarch was a genuine invincible sage who had been dormant for a long time. He was also the patriarch of a race, an old monster who had lived for countless years. Whether it was in terms of the comprehension of the origin of the five elements or the comprehension of the cultivation realm, he was far superior to Fong Chen. Moreover, he had more important innate supernatural powers, which were the trump cards of the patriarch of the monster race. Coupled with the powerful bloodline of his race, his combat strength soared. This was no longer an ordinary battle, but an earth-shattering battle. However, Fong Chen was not afraid, nor did he retreat. Instead, he faced the challenge head-on. Boom! 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 The three White Ape brothers formed a triangle and surrounded the patriarch of the monster race. They also set up a joint attack formation, which greatly limited the patriarch of the monster race's offensive power and reduced his speed. Under this situation, Fong Chen's combat strength was no weaker than the patriarch of the monster race. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he displayed his invincible swordsmanship. Swoosh! The extremely terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens. The three White Ape brothers were shocked. The sword chi contained an indomitable confidence, as if it was going to pierce through the world. Fong Chen held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and charged directly at the patriarch of the monster race. Seeing this, the patriarch of the monster race sneered. With a ferocious look, he stretched out his hand. With a crack, the patriarch of the monster race blocked the Spirit Slayer's sword with his bare hand. The sword light carried a terrifying torrent and swooped down. It was like the end of the world. The dazzling light illuminated the entire world. Die! The patriarch of the monster race roared. The wind suddenly blew and snow fell. At this moment, the three White Ape brothers were trembling. The patriarch of the monster race had displayed his innate supernatural powers. The joint attack formation of the three was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any time. They were also under a heavy pressure that ordinary people could not imagine. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's body was covered with a layer of earthy yellow sword light. Then, it quickly condensed into armor, blocking the monster ancestor's fatal blow. At the same time, the other three origin sword lights also pierced towards the demon beast patriarch from different tricky directions. Seeing this, the pupils of the monster clan's ancestor suddenly shrank. He realized how powerful Fong Chen's swordsmanship was. A swordsmanship based on the power of origin? The demonic beast patriarch roared in his heart. The frenzied sword saint whom Zhang Xian had met previously had executed the drunken sword inheritance. Yet, this fellow actually possessed a sword art that was on par with the supreme art. His eyes were filled with greed. Such swordsmanship should belong to the strong. The old ancestor of the demonic beasts said in a hoarse voice. Boom! Boom! In the sky, surging forces collided with each other. Fang Chun and the patriarch of the demonic beast race were locked in a fierce battle. The three white ape brothers looked at each other and gritted their teeth. At the same time, the shock in their hearts had reached an unprecedented level. Brother Fang Chun is too ferocious. Third White's jaw dropped as he recalled the scene of him sparring with Fang Chun at the white ape race's residence. He couldn't help but shake his head as a wry smile appeared on his face. Compared to Third White, Second White and First White had much more serious expressions. They were all concerned about the battle situation. After all, Fang Chun was at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Moreover, his opponent was an invincible sage at the level of a patriarch. His means of survival were not something that ordinary people could compare to. Although it seemed that Fang Chun was not at a disadvantage at the moment, and even had a slight advantage in the battle. However, they also had to be wary of the demonic beast race's ancestor. Boom! Before they could finish speaking, they were attracted by the battle situation in the sky. Crack! The three brothers' bodies sank, and then a look of shock appeared on their faces. The combined attack formation that they were maintaining was instantly shattered. Then, it turned into nothingness. At the same time, the demonic beast race's ancestor in the sky completely released his divine ability. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded through the sky. The three brothers raised their heads and suddenly discovered a colossal being the size of a small mountain looking down at them from a high vantage point. Let's go! Fang Chun's body turned into a sharp sword, and in an instant, he took the three white ape brothers and fled without looking back. Whoosh! 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 Their speed soared to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Bang! The demonic beast race's ancestor did not chase after them. Instead, he turned into his human form and directly fell to the ground. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his forehead was full of sweat. There was a large bloody hole in his abdomen. Damn it! Just now, he pretended to launch his strongest attack, but in fact, he could not hold on any longer. Fortunately, Fang Chun and the other three escaped. Otherwise, he would have to burn his essence blood to fight. He had a complicated expression. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would not have believed it. A 9th-level sage could erupt with such a powerful combat strength. Why? The demonic beast race's ancestor roared to the sky. Why was Fang Chun not killed by the great demon when he was sucked underground? Could it be that the legend is wrong? He even began to suspect that there was no great demon under the ground, but the inheritance of a top powerhouse. Otherwise, how could Fang Chun's strength increase by leaps and bounds be explained? Humph, one day I will kill you. The demonic beast race's ancestor staggered and left the battlefield. On the other side, while the four of them were fleeing, White One asked in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" Fang Chun raised his palm, and the skin between his thumb and index finger was torn, and blood was flowing out. The demonic beast race's ancestor is very strong, and his talent can transform into an invisible attack. Hearing this, Second White and Third White's expressions changed. This time, I will let him go. The next time I meet him, I will kill him. Fang Chun said in a deep voice, his eyes full of determination. By the way, why are the three of you in the cave of the slaying dragon? Fang Chun changed the topic, looked at the three white ape brothers, and asked in confusion. The white ape race, as a subordinate race of the primitive race, never entered the cave of the slaying dragon. But the three white ape brothers were here, fighting fiercely with the demonic beast race's ancestor. Grandpa White Ape divined that you would have a great calamity, so he asked us three brothers to help. After we killed our way into the ancient mansion, we saw a sea of blood that turned into nothingness, and you were sucked underground. White One said. At that time we thought that you died in the hands of the great demon, so we were furious and killed everyone we saw. White Two nodded. Who would have thought that we would meet the demonic beast race's ancestor? I have to say, this old guy is really strong. White Three grinned. Chapter 3760. The combat power of the monster ancestor was beyond Fong Chen's and the others' imagination. Especially the three white ape brothers. They thought that even if the three of them could not defeat the monster ancestor, they could at least escape unscathed. Who knew that if not for Fong Chen's timely appearance, they might have died in the hands of the monster ancestor. At that moment, they were both rejoicing in their hearts. At the same time, they were also very shocked. Fong Chen's rate of improvement was truly unbelievable. It hadn't been long since they last met, but he was already able to defeat an invincible saint, and even force the patriarch of the demonic beast clan to burn his blood essence and unleash his strongest innate divine ability. One could well imagine how powerful he was. Brother Fong Chen. Bai looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. It's a shame. Grandpa White Ape originally sent the three of us to rescue you, but you saved us. Bai Er smiled bitterly. Yes, I wonder what Brother Fong Chen plans to do next. Since Brother Fong Chen's strength has reached such a level, no one in the cave of the slaying dragon can pose a threat to you except for the monster ancestor. If we stay, we will only drag you down. Therefore, the three of us have decided to return to our tribe's residence. The three of them looked at Fong Chen and waited for his decision. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and said, You guys go back first. I still have some things to deal with. He had always kept the promise he made with the great demon in his heart. Okay, then we three brothers will go back first. Bai cupped his fists and said, I will never forget your life-saving grace. When Brother Fong Chen comes back, let's drink to our heart's content. See you later. After watching the three white ape brothers leave, the smile on Fong Chen's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a cold, murderous intent. All the major mansions had sent the younger generation of disciples to the cave of the slaying dragon to cultivate. Before this, his attention had always been on the monster ancestor. Then, he was trapped in the ancient mansion and received the inheritance of the country of blood. Now, he could finally devote himself to hunting down the devouring demon tribe. The devouring demons should all die. Fong Chen said coldly. He wasn't a cruel and merciless person. The great Venerable at the end of the reincarnation road once said that Fong Chen had the world in his heart. He cared about all living beings and wouldn't kill the innocent. However, Fong Chen did not feel guilty about killing the devouring demons. If it wasn't for the devouring demon clan, the Chaos world wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Those seniors who had died on the Godfall battlefield would still be alive and well. The devouring demon clan had always wanted to devour the Chaos realm and destroy the living beings of the Chaos realm. This was unacceptable to Fong Chen. Whoosh! Just as he was pondering, three whistling sounds came from the distant horizon. Fong Chen raised his head and looked. Suddenly, he saw three huge figures with cold auras approaching on clouds. At this moment, above the clouds, the auras of the three had already locked onto Fong Chen. Senior brother, there's someone on the mountain peak up ahead. Kill him. The three brothers were disciples of the Ghost Mansion. The people of their mansion were known for being sinister and cunning. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Even if they were from the same clan, they wouldn't hesitate to kill. This was also the reason why many mansions hated the Ghost Mansion. The Ghost Mansion had sent their three most outstanding disciples to the cave of the slaying dragon. They had only cultivated for a short period of time, but their strength was unusually strong. Moreover, their talent had reached an extremely high level. They were vaguely superior to the younger generation of the four branches. The three brothers were extremely arrogant and thought that the disciples of the other mansions were weak. During this period of time, they had already killed dozens of disciples of the other mansions. Those people were too weak and couldn't withstand the attacks of the three brothers. How boring! Is there no one from the other mansions who can fight? I think that Mad Sword is the only one who can be a strong opponent in this cave of the slaying dragon. The others won't be able to withstand a single blow. A cold smile appeared on the eldest senior brother's indifferent face. Mad Sword has obtained the inheritance of Drunken Sword. His sword cultivation is even stronger than before. If we meet, I'd like to see what level his sword cultivation has reached. The other two curled their lips. Are you kidding? No matter how strong Mad Sword is, he can't be stronger than eldest senior brother. That's right. I think that Mad Sword's strength is comparable to Huang Tian of the Flying Phoenix Mansion. He might even be weaker than Huang Tian. Speaking of Huang Tian, a serious look appeared on the eldest senior brother's face. He had secretly fought with Huang Tian before, but he didn't gain any advantage. It's said that Huang Tian has a trace of the bloodline of the primordial divine beast Vermilion Bird. That's why he's valued by the Flying Phoenix Mansion, the eldest senior brother muttered. As the three of them spoke, they arrived at the mountain peak. Kid, tell us your name. We don't kill nameless people. The second senior brother stared coldly at Fong Chen and scolded. You should be proud to die in the hands of the three heroes of the Ghost Mansion. The third junior brother sneered. Only the eldest senior brother stared at Fong Chen with his pitch-black eyes. His aura faintly locked onto him. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude made everything clear. Fong Chen shrugged and stood up. He grinned. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you're about to die in my hands. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the three heroes of the Ghost Mansion changed drastically. Soon, they laughed wildly. Are you dreaming? You want to kill the three of us? You're courting death. The third junior brother attacked in anger, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light burst out from the Spirit Slayer's sword. It pierced through the void and struck the third junior brother with lightning speed. Be careful. When the other two realized that the sword light was extraordinary, it was too late. Crack! A deafening sound was heard. The third junior brother couldn't resist the dazzling sword light at all. His body was split in half and exploded into pieces. Third junior brother. After a short moment of shock, the other two finally came to their senses. They glared at Fong Chen, wishing that they could tear him into pieces. You dare to kill third junior brother? You're dead. The two looked at each other and then attacked together to encircle Fong Chen. The three heroes of the Ghost Mansion? Fong Chen sneered. He had even killed Huang Tian of the Flying Phoenix Mansion. What were the three heroes of the Ghost Mansion to him? Moreover, no matter how strong they were, Fong Chen wouldn't retreat. His goal was to kill all the devouring demons in the dragon-slaying cave. Kill. The other two heroes of the Ghost Mansion were obviously much stronger than the one who had died, but they were still not worth mentioning in Fong Chen's eyes. When he executed the heaven-slaying pentasword, the sky changed color. Terrifying sword chi crisscrossed and shot into the sky. How is this possible? The second senior brother widened his eyes and exclaimed. Even eldest senior brother's expression changed from indifference to shock. His swordsmanship is stronger than the Mad Sword's? Please remember the domain name of this book. .com. Wonderful Book Mobile Version Website. .com. Chapter 3761. As the most outstanding disciples of the Ghost Sect, one of them was killed instantly. The remaining two were dumbfounded and enraged. You're dead. The eldest senior brother was enraged. He activated his demon-devouring bloodline and wanted to use his innate ability. At the same time, the second senior brother also activated his demon-devouring bloodline. Although the two of them had their flaws, their attack power had increased by several times. Kill. The two of them leaped and exchanged positions with each other, appearing above Fong Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and shook the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand. Terrifying sword chi intertwined and shot out in an instant, condensing into a sword light in the void. The sword light carried an unparalleled power of the origin of metal and slashed towards the second senior brother. Crack! The second senior brother couldn't dodge and was directly hit by the sword. The incomparably sharp sword light pierced through his body. No! He let out a miserable cry and twisted his body continuously, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, he failed. His vitality was disappearing and his body fell to the ground softly. Eldest senior brother. He opened his arms and wanted to pull the eldest senior brother's sleeve, but he realized that he couldn't exert any strength. Second junior brother. The eldest senior brother bared his teeth and roared in anger. Bang! The second senior brother's body fell into a pool of blood and lost his vitality. Another sword strike killed the second of the 3 heroes of the ghost sect. At this moment, the eldest senior brother's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He roared into the sky and rushed towards Fang Chen like a madman, wanting to fight to the death. Go to hell! The eldest senior brother burned his demon-devouring bloodline and used a forbidden technique, increasing his combat power and increasing his strength. Boom! 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 The vast demonic chi turned into a human-shaped monster under the eldest senior brother's control and attacked Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen used the sky-slaying sword technique again. The beheading spirit sword and the humanoid monster collided fiercely. They thought that the eldest senior brother would continue to attack, but who knew that this was just a pretense for him to escape? When the humanoid monster blocked Fang Chen's path, eldest senior brother fled without hesitation. The 3 white ape brothers sensed the intense battle and returned, just in time to see the eldest senior brother of the Ghost Manor trying to escape. You want to leave? The 3 white ape brothers naturally wouldn't let go of their eldest senior brother. Their figures flashed and instantly appeared in the path of their eldest senior brother. Scram! Seeing this, eldest senior brother angrily attacked. He couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, once Fang Chen caught up with him, he would be dead for sure. Stay! Although the 3 white ape brothers were weak, they could easily deal with the Ghost Manor's eldest senior brother, who was burning his blood essence and had consumed a lot of energy. The 3 of them performed a joint attack formation and easily blocked the path of the eldest senior brother. Boom! Boom! Eldest senior brother tried his best to blast open the combined attack formation and escape, but he failed. I can't accept this. Eldest senior brother roared angrily, but in this short period of time, Fang Chen had already blasted the humanoid monster to pieces and arrived in front of the combined attack formation. You can't kill me. A trace of fear arose in eldest senior brother's heart. How could he not be terrified when his second and third brothers were killed by the person in front of him with a single sword strike? Oh! Fang Chen chuckled. Give me a reason not to kill you? When the devouring demon clan slaughtered the living beings of the Chaos Realm, did they ever think of letting them live? Every countless years, the devouring demon clan's patriarch would launch the Battle of Gods. Why didn't he let those powerhouses who died tragically live? I'm the most outstanding disciple of the Ghost Manor and also its hope. The Ghost Manor Lord has recommended me to the 4 major branches. If you kill me, not only will you offend the Ghost Manor, but you will also offend the 4 major branches. Eldest senior brother said in a deep voice, You should know very well what the consequences of offending the 4 major branches are. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen looked at eldest senior brother mockingly. How many members of the devouring demon clan had died in his hands? This is the dragon-slaying cave, Fang Chen said. You? Seeing Fang Chen's action, eldest senior brother's eyes turned cold. Do you really want to do this? Swoosh. What answered him was a dazzling sword light. Boom. Eldest senior brother roared as his mind shook. A wisp of consciousness appeared out of nowhere and enveloped his entire body, blocking the terrifying sword light. Crack! The sword light shattered and Fang Chen was forced to retreat. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Ghost Manor? A majestic voice came from the void. Fang Chen stabilized his body and looked up. To his surprise, there was an illusory figure above eldest senior brother's head. This person's body contained a supreme pressure. If Fang Chen's guess was correct, he should be the legendary Ghost Manor's lord. "Save me, Manor Lord!" Eldest senior brother screamed. "Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch the disciples of the Ghost Manor," the illusory figure said in a deep voice. However, Fang Chen sneered. "It's just an illusory figure. You want to scare me?" If it was the outside world, he might be afraid, but this was the dragon-slaying cave, isolated from the outside world. Even if it was an illusory figure, it could not transmit more power. At most, it was a little stronger than an ordinary ninth-order saint. There was a certain gap between it and an invincible saint. Therefore, Fang Chen was not afraid. Humph! Terrifying pressure intertwined. The Ghost Manor Lord seemed to want to scare Fang Chen away with his powerful pressure. However, what answered him was an invincible sword technique. Whoosh! Streaks of terrifying sword light burst forth. "You're courting death." The Ghost Manor Lord was furious and attacked with his illusory figure. Bang! 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 Wherever the sword light passed, the void collapsed. The illusory figure of the Ghost Manor Lord could not resist at all. Ah! A miserable scream came out from eldest senior brother's mouth. Although he was protected by the Ghost Manor Lord, he was still stabbed by the Spirit Slayer sword. "Stop it!" The Ghost Manor Lord roared. "As long as you let him go, my Ghost Manor can give you anything you want." At this time, the Ghost Manor Lord finally gave in. He wanted to save the remaining members of the Ghost Manor's 3 heroes as much as possible. However, Fang Chen would not give him any chance. "I want your life. Will you give it to me?" Whoosh! As his voice fell, the Spirit Slayer sword released a supreme pressure and pierced through the head of the Ghost Manor's eldest senior brother. Hiss! The illusory figure of the Ghost Manor Lord also collapsed. "You will regret this." The Ghost Manor Lord's face was ferocious as he roared in anger. "You dare to kill my Ghost Manor's disciples. From now on, there will be no place for you to hide in this origin world. Just you wait, my Ghost Manor will not let you go." Crack! The illusory figure of the Ghost Manor Lord dissipated with the wind. The smell of blood still lingered in the void. At this point, the Ghost Manor's 3 heroes had all fallen in the hands of Fang Chen. The 3 white ape brothers witnessed the process with their own eyes and couldn't help but sigh. The current Fang Chen was no longer on the same level as them. Grandpa White Ape's eyes are really sharp. He actually discovered Brother Fang Chen's monstrous potential. The 3 brothers sighed. Chapter 3762. Brother Fang Chen, we just sensed the fluctuations of a fierce battle. We were afraid that something would happen to you, so we came back, White One said. But even without us, with your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem, White Two said with a smile. As for White Three, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Looking at the 3 white ape brothers, Fang Chen was quite touched. It was one thing to be able to deal with the enemy, and another thing to come. When they sensed the fluctuations of a fierce battle, the 3 white ape brothers immediately returned, which was enough to prove that they were afraid that something would happen to Fang Chen. Fang Chen remembered this friendship in his heart. "Thank you, 3. Fang Chen cupped his fist. "Brother Fang Chen, you're being too polite," White 3 said honestly. "Now that you're so strong, you have to take care of us 3 brothers in the future." Fang Chen nodded heavily. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine." After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the 3 brothers really left this time. They returned to the residence of the White Ape clan and told the White Ape what happened in the cave of the slaying dragon. "Oh!" A smile appeared on the White Ape's withered cheeks. "It seems that he's growing much faster than I thought." In this way, he He didn't have to worry about Fang Chen's safety anymore. Well, you guys go and rest first. The white ape patted the heads of the three brothers and said in a soft voice. After the three brothers left, the smile on the white ape's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He looked up in the direction of the cave of the slaying dragon, then turned around and went to the core of the Forbidden Life Zone. The core of the Forbidden Life Zone. It was gray here, and even the nascent soul-level primordial spirit couldn't detect the surrounding situation. Whoosh! The void distorted, and the white ape suddenly appeared. In front of the mountain stream, the white ape knelt on the ground. Fang Chen has received the inheritance of the Kingdom of Blood, and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. The perfect bloodline in his body has transformed, and his combat strength is no weaker than an invincible saint. In the cave of the slaying dragon, no one can threaten his life. After saying this, the white ape kept kneeling in silence. He was waiting for a reply from the primitive clan. True enough, after a while, a melodious voice came from the gray mist. Continue to pay close attention to his movements. When he's done with his training, bring him here. The melodious sound gradually disappeared, and the place regained its tranquility. White Ape nodded and left without another word. Fang Chen, who was in the cave of the slaying dragon, naturally did not know that the primitive tribes in the Life Forbidden Zone had already noticed him and ordered the white ape to keep an eye on his movements. He had slain the 3 prodigies of the Ghost Palace and shattered the illusionary figure of the Ghost Palace Master. He discovered a fiery magma pool. He planned to cultivate the Vermilion Bird secret technique there. The Vermilion Bird secret technique contains the origin of fire, and the origin of fire in this place is extremely dense. It's the best place to cultivate the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He took out the Vermilion Bird secret technique that he had obtained from Huang Tian, the strongest disciple of the Flying Phoenix Palace, and prepared to cultivate it. The task given to him by the great demon was to kill everyone else in the cave of the slaying dragon. But now, after such a big change and countless casualties, those who survived had all gone into hiding. It was difficult to find their hiding place. Instead of wasting time, it was better to improve himself. The Vermilion Bird secret technique. Although the name had the word Vermilion Bird, it was not an inheritance left behind by the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird. It was a secret technique created by an expert related to the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird by simulating the remains of the divine beast Vermilion Bird. In order to commemorate the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird, it was named the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Of course, although it was not closely related to the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird, the Vermilion Bird bloodline could indeed strengthen the attack power of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. After Fang Chen killed Huang Tian, the strongest disciple of the Flying Phoenix Palace, he absorbed a thin portion of the Vermilion Bird bloodline from his body. This portion of the Vermilion Bird bloodline had been merged with the perfect bloodline. Therefore, it was much easier for Fang Chen to cultivate the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Buzz. He spread out his hands and a trace of the Vermilion Bird bloodline was separated from the perfect bloodline. Then, under his control, it condensed into a Vermilion Bird shadow. Roar! The Vermilion Bird shadow opened its bloody mouth and let out a loud and clear cry. His voice contained a power that had existed since ancient times, giving people an incomparably shocking feeling. The Vermilion Bird secret technique, Blood Burn. Suddenly, a terrifyingly hot temperature erupted from the Vermilion Bird's illusory figure and instantly engulfed the area. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the blood in his body was about to dry up. This was the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique, Blood Burn. Because Fang Chen had fought with Huang Tian and had merged with the Vermilion Bird bloodline, his cultivation speed was very fast. He quickly mastered the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique and tried to connect with it again and again. Finally, half a month later, Fang Chun completely cultivated the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique, Blood Burn. Once this move was used, the enemy would not be able to withstand the terrifying burning flames unless they had the super strength of an invincible sage and could disintegrate the Vermilion Bird flames in an instant. In an instant, the blood in a martial artist's body would be completely burned. Thus, the enemy would be killed without being noticed. Of course, this was only the first move. If this move could not kill the enemy, there was a second move, Primordial Spirit Burn. Let's try it. Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and performed the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. Boom, boom, boom. A huge Vermilion Bird shadow instantly condensed in front of his chest, and then the Vermilion Bird shadow opened its bloody mouth and spewed out towering flames. Under Fang Chun's control, the flames shot toward the towering mountain opposite him. Boom! When the flames hit the towering mountain peak, the huge impact instantly flattened the mountain peak. Hiss! The flames spread and covered the ground. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chun's face. Whoosh! The Vermilion Bird shadow dissipated. He withdrew his aura and stared at the flattened mountain. What he was most satisfied with was that the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique not only flattened the towering mountain easily, but also completely evaporated the water contained in the ground. What did this mean? If this move hit the enemy, the blood in the enemy's body would be burned instantly. Without blood, no matter how powerful the martial artist was, he would die. This was the terrifying part of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. It's really mysterious. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. If he completely cultivated this mysterious secret technique, his attack power would definitely be much stronger than the invincible sword principle. Moreover, it was very likely that he would be able to summon the consciousness of the real Vermilion Bird. Whoosh! At the thought of this, Fang Chun's face was full of anticipation. Chapter 3763. The first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique was to burn one's primordial spirit. In a battle between experts, victory or defeat was often decided in a moment. If he could use the Vermilion Bird secret technique unexpectedly, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. Thus, he could kill his enemy without leaving a trace. Of course, if he was strong enough, he could directly crush his opponent. Cultivating the first level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique was also a qualitative leap for Fang Chun. The Vermilion Bird secret technique was a fire-based cultivation technique. In the process of cultivating, one would more or less have a deeper understanding of the Tao of fire, which would increase one's understanding of the origin of fire. Now, his origin of fire was close to perfection. Fang Chun was confident that as long as he cultivated the second level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique, his origin of fire would be completely perfected. The origin of 5 elements had reached perfection? What did that mean? It meant that Fang Chun could begin to try to fuse the origins. Since ancient times, any expert who could fuse the origins of the 5 elements was a monstrous expert. They were the peak experts who could dominate and suppress an era. Back then, the Chaos Realm's strongest expert, Fu Jian, had fused several origins. Some said that he had fused 3, while others said that he had fused 4. But until now, almost no one had been able to fuse all 5 origins. Whoosh! Fang Chun looked into the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. After his rebirth, he had been in the Carefree Palace, carefully improving his cultivation and waiting for the opportunity to find the demon-devouring bloodline and then devour it. That was the most difficult time. After entering the dragon-slaying cave, his strength soared rapidly, and his cultivation level returned to the level of a 9th-rank saint. His combat strength had even surpassed that of his previous life. After recomprehending the invincible sword art, sky-slashing 5 swords, and the Vermilion Bird secret technique, each of these 3 cultivation techniques were rare in the world. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely cause a storm of blood. However, all of them gathered on Fang Chun. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before withdrawing his gaze. If he attacked with his full strength now, he would definitely be able to kill an invincible saint of the monster race. As for a half-step chaotic supremacy, he had never met one and did not know how strong such an expert was, so he could not guess. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen felt that the power in his body had accumulated to a certain level and was constantly beating. The perfect bloodline that was mixed with the black spot had gradually disappeared and was replaced by a touch of scarlet. Fang Chen knew that it was because he had absorbed Huang Tian's vermilion bird bloodline. Even if it was just a little bit, the bloodline would still have such a great bloodline would have such a great change. Thought vermilion bloodline until now, bloodline had bloodline. However, it had not yet reached bloodline power bloodline. He nots bloodline. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with a heavy expression when he recalled what the Supreme Venerate had said at the end of the reincarnation road. By then, he would have sufficient strength to go against the devouring demon tribe. The patriarch of the demon devourer clan had been a chaos sovereign a long time ago. He had even launched several godfall battles, shattering the Chaos Realm's continents and absorbing 2/3 of the Chaos Realm's destiny. His strength had reached an invincible level. The Grand Monarch even suspected that if the next Godfall War broke out, the Demon Devourer Patriarch would be ready to seize the last third of the Chaos Realm's destiny and break through to the Chaos Controller Realm in one fell swoop. If he wanted to fight the devouring demon clan leader, he had to at least have the fighting strength of a primal Chaos Supreme. However, Fang Chen was still a long way from becoming a primal chaos supremacy. Whoosh. His expression was slightly solemn. My advantage is that I've only cultivated for a short period of time, and I have unlimited time to improve. As long as my perfect bloodline transforms to the limit, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the primal chaos supremes. It was not easy to enter the dragon-slaying cave. The 4 branches and the nest of the demon-devouring race could not detect this place. Fang Chen could slaughter the devouring demon clan without any scruples to increase his strength. Continue. Soon, Fang Chen made a decision. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. He continued to hunt down the devouring demons. In fact, after this period of slaughter and the wanton search by the demonic beasts, the number of demon-devouring demons who entered the dragon-slaying cave was very few. In front of a mountain stream, there was a lush green and the surroundings were filled with a terrifying and oppressive aura. The cliff towered into the clouds and the waterfall flowed down. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light descended from the sky and instantly struck a huge rock in the stream. Crack! The huge rock shattered and the stream stopped flowing. Boom! Then, a figure appeared out of thin air. He held a long sword in his hand and his face was slightly red, as if he was a little drunk. He picked up the gourd at his waist with his other hand and gulped down large mouthfuls of wine. After a while, he finished all the wine in the gourd and threw the gourd away. Swoosh! After drinking, he began to display his sword skills. As the wine flowed, his sword skills became more and more exquisite, until his sword pierced through the towering cliff before he stopped swinging his sword. Drunken sword inheritance. Sword Maniac's voice was slightly hoarse. He did not use his power to control the alcohol but allowed it to flow in his blood. In his mind there was a trace of drunkenness, and this was the ultimate meaning of the drunken sword inheritance. After escaping from the ancient mansion, he had been hiding and crazily comprehending the drunken sword inheritance. Now, he had finally comprehended the ultimate meaning of the drunken sword inheritance. Moreover, most importantly, he had completely mastered the drunken sword incomplete manual. Boom! He stomped his foot and suddenly the ground trembled. A terrifying power gushed out from his body. The long sword in his hand let out a loud sword cry, as if it was responding to its master's mood at this moment. If I meet him again, I will definitely fight with him. Sword Maniac thought of Fang Chen. I am the #1 Sword Dao person of the younger generation in the Origin world. He was confident that he could defeat Fang Chen. Of course, what he wanted to do the most was to find the second half of the Drunken Sword incomplete manual. Drunken Sword has been here before and left behind an inheritance. Then the clues to the second half of the manual must be in the dragon-slaying cave. Sword Maniac said in a deep voice, I must find the second half of the manual. Just the first half of the manual had raised his strength to such a high level. If he could obtain the complete Drunken Sword, his combat strength would definitely reach an unimaginable level. He might even directly step into the half-step chaotic sovereign realm. Phew! Sword Maniac took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement before slowly walking out of the mountain stream. Chapter 3764. Walking on the ground of the cave of the slaying dragon, he could feel the heaviness of the earth and its rhythmic movement. Ever since he comprehended the origin of earth, Fang Chen felt particularly close to the earth. As long as he stood on the ground, he would have unlimited power. Buzz. Traces of origin of earth escaped from the earth and entered Fang Chen's body through the soles of his feet. In an instant they were absorbed by him. At this moment, he felt the rhythm of the earth. Dong dong dong. The earth was shaking rhythmically. Every time it shook, it would resonate with the origin of earth in Fang Chen's body. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes and spread out his hands. Vast power emerged and formed a perfect combination with the earth. The increase of the earth's pulse had unknowingly increased to the maximum. He was only one step away from a breakthrough. All of a sudden, Fang Chen had an epiphany. He shrank his feet and the rich origin of earth gathered in his palms. In the next moment, he pressed his palms down and directly slapped the earth. A terrifying vibration was heard and the earth's pulse continued to increase. In the end, it broke through the bottleneck and increased to 512 levels. Whoosh! After a long time, the earth gradually calmed down. Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect to suddenly have an epiphany and let the origin of earth reach the great perfection level. Phew! Fang Chen grinned and continued to move forward. He enjoyed this feeling very much. However, as time passed, the aura in the cave of the slaying dragon became more and more oppressive. In the end, even Fang Chen felt waves of oppression. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. The appointed time between him and the great demon hadn't ended yet. The oppression shouldn't be from the great demon. Then, where did it come from? Could it be in the cave of the slaying dragon? Apart from the monster tribes, were there some hidden experts? Suddenly, Fang Chen looked around vigilantly. The Spirit Slayer's sword in his hand released a vast aura. He walked forward step by step. The perfect bloodline in his body quietly emerged. He also released his powerful divine consciousness to detect the situation around him. Rip! At this moment, he saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the distant horizon. It was as if someone was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. What happened? Under normal circumstances, only those who had reached the 5 elements saint realm from the yin-yang origin realm would undergo the heavenly tribulation. And now, Fang Chen actually saw the terrifying heavenly tribulation descending. His pupils suddenly shrank as if he had thought of something. Could it be? He cried out involuntarily. With a leap, his body disappeared into the void. He quickly moved forward, wanting to see who exactly was undergoing the tribulation. The aura of a sovereign? The closer he got to the heavenly tribulation, the more shocked Fang Chen became. A terrifying aura was emitted from the heavenly tribulation, as if it was going to engulf the world. However, there was a powerful heavenly tribulation suppressing it, causing it to be unable to move. Even so, Fang Chen was still shocked. He concluded that someone was trying to break through to the half-step chaotic supremacy realm here. As for the legendary primal chaos supreme realm, it was impossible for it to appear. Buzz. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he saw a figure frantically resisting the heavenly tribulation. He was bathed in lightning and looked battered and bloody, but he still did not give up. His body released a dazzling light. This is? Fang Chen was shocked that there was such a peerless expert in the cave of the exterminating dragon. Needless to say, this person must be trying to break through to the half-step chaotic supremacy realm. One should know that anyone who had the word supremacy was extraordinary. Although the half-step chaotic supremacy realm still belonged to the five elemental saint realm strictly speaking, he had already surpassed the five elemental saint realm. Throughout history there had been countless invincible saints, but the conditions to break through to the half-step chaotic supremacy realm were too harsh. Some people could not succeed in their lifetime. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried his best to calm the shock in his heart. His consciousness carefully searched for the expert in the heavenly tribulation. The perfect bloodline in his body reacted strangely, and he was shocked to find that the bloodline of the figure in the heavenly tribulation was not from the devouring demon clan. What did this mean? One should know that the origin world was created by the devouring demon clan leader, and it was no exaggeration to say that this was the headquarters of the devouring demon clan. Other than the devouring demon clan bloodline, there were only the primeval bloodlines of the primitive clans and the subsidiary clans of the primitive clans. Other than that, there would be no other bloodlines. The bloodline of the person in front of him was very different. As Fang Chen investigated further, he finally found some clues. His heart trembled and his body shook. An expert from the origin world? Fang Chen almost screamed because he tried to use his perfect bloodline to communicate with the bloodline of the warrior in the heavenly tribulation and got a response. This response was not the bloodline of the devouring demon clan, but the bloodline of the chaotic realm that he was very familiar with. The bloodline of the lesser dragon clan. Fang Chen exclaimed. The chaotic realm was once at its peak, and there were countless legendary clans, among which the dragon clan was one of the top clans. However, in the Battle of Gods, the dragon clan was attacked and eventually exterminated. After countless years, only the lesser dragon clan was left in the chaotic realm. Although their bloodline was not as pure as the dragon clan, they were still from the dragon clan, so they were called the lesser dragon clan. He did not expect this person to have the lesser dragon clan bloodline. Moreover, looking at the concentration of the bloodline, it had reached the limit of the lesser dragon clan bloodline and was very likely to transform into a true dragon. Why is an expert from the chaotic realm here? Fang Chen's mind was full of doubts. But now, he knew that he had to help the warriors of the chaotic realm resist the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, once the last heavenly tribulation fell, he might die here. "Senior, let me help you!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and released his perfect bloodline at the same time, indicating his identity as a being from the chaotic realm. Swoosh! He held the Spirit Slayer sword in his hand and performed the sky-severing 5 swords to attack the heavenly tribulation. The warrior bathed in the heavenly tribulation was vigilant when he noticed Fang Chen, but when he sensed the latter's bloodline, he hesitated for a moment. This is... When he recognized the swordsmanship that Fang Chen performed, his pupils suddenly shrank and his face immediately lit up with joy. Boom! Boom! He looked up, stared at the heavenly tribulation, and laughed wildly. Heaven is not dead yet. As his voice fell, he clenched his fists, and the lesser dragon clan bloodline burst out, frantically resisting the falling heavenly tribulation. Crack! 4 different sword lights crisscrossed and bombarded the heavenly tribulation. They actually resisted the heavenly tribulation for a moment, and consumed a lot of its power. This gave the expert bathed in the heavenly tribulation a great chance to breathe. Chapter 3765. Fang Chen made a move. 4 completely different sword lights, containing super strong power, intertwined in the void, forming a terrible vortex of origin. When the vortex of origin approached the heavenly tribulation and appeared on the path of the heavenly tribulation, it could be clearly felt that the heavenly tribulation slowed down a lot. Of course, the reason why it was a heavenly tribulation was that it could not be destroyed or stopped. Fang Chen's move only temporarily relieved the pressure of the expert bathed in the heavenly tribulation, giving him a chance to breathe. Boom! Sure enough, in the next second, the expert in the heavenly tribulation was topless, and his bronze skin was exposed to the air. Every inch of his skin was wriggling, as if there was an unparalleled power that was about to erupt. At this moment, the expert in the heavenly tribulation roared. He clenched his hands into fists and turned into a human-shaped monster. He suddenly punched out, shaking the earth and the mountains. The whole cave of the dragon-slaying cave seemed to be trembling. Boom! The terrible power collided with the heavenly tribulation that was swooping down. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The 4 sword lights of origin shattered, and the heavenly tribulation and the terrible fist light collided fiercely. Fang Chen was shocked to find that the heavenly tribulation had changed. The moment the fist light rushed into the heavenly tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it drilled into the expert's body. Thump! 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 The heavenly tribulation in the sky poured down like heavy rain, and all of it entered the body of the expert from the chaotic realm. Buzz! Fang Chen felt that the terrible air waves spread, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The heavenly tribulation disappeared. Did it succeed? Fang Chen cried out in surprise. He looked over, wanting to see what was going on with the expert bathed in the heavenly tribulation. Did he successfully pass the tribulation? He found that the expert was sitting on the ground, his forehead full of sweat. He seemed to be a little weak, and the muscles all over his body were trembling. Senior. After Fang Chen was sure that the heavenly tribulation had completely disappeared, he leaped and came in front of the expert. For the first time, he saw the expert's true appearance up close. It was a white-haired old man. His body seemed strong, but in fact, he was in his twilight years. The heavenly tribulation just now had penetrated his body, and consumed a lot of his strength, and even made him temporarily lose his combat ability. Whoosh! The white-haired old man looked up at Fang Chen. Who are you? The old man was also very curious to meet a primal Chaos Realm warrior here. Moreover, he could feel that Fang Chen's body contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. Senior, I'm from the Chaos Realm. Fang Chen cupped his fist. May I ask if you're from the Chaos Realm? The heavenly tribulation was the great of the heavenly tribulation. The origin world was the territory of the fiend-devouring clan. It was rare to encounter Chaos Realm cultivators. The swordsmanship you just used? Although the white-haired old man was in the middle of the heavenly tribulation, he saw Fang Chen's amazing swordsmanship and vaguely felt a trace of familiar aura. Fang Chen was stunned. The heaven-severing 5 swords he just used was derived from the heaven-severing alchemy and was inherited from a mysterious expert in the North Sea. He guessed that the expert should be the legendary Fujian. However, he had not confirmed it. Senior, why are you in the heavenly tribulation? Fang Chen asked. He did not want to talk too much about the heaven-severing 5 swords. After all, he had the heavy responsibility of saving the entire heavenly tribulation. If he failed, the heavenly tribulation would be destroyed. Haha! I didn't expect to meet someone from the heavenly tribulation here after so many years. The white-haired old man said in a hoarse voice. However, there was a smile on his face. If Fang Chen had not helped him, he might have died in the heavenly tribulation. Since you're from the heavenly tribulation, you should have heard of Tiger Master, right? Tiger Master? Fang Chen was stunned, then his eyes widened as he stared at the old man. Senior, your Tiger Master? Fang Chen could not believe it. Back then, there were 4 great generals under Fujian. Fang Chen had seen one of them, the Nether King, and inherited his legacy, the invincible Nether King body. He also knew some secrets about the heavenly tribulation and the origin world. Back then, the Nether King said that the other 3 great generals had died in the origin world. Tiger Master was one of the 4 great generals who was as famous as the Nether King. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Was the Nether King's information wrong? Or, just as he was thinking, the white-haired old man spoke. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm Tiger Master's disciple." Phew! Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So he was Tiger Master's disciple. He thought that the white-haired old man in front of him was Tiger Master. All those years ago, I was training in the primal chaos battlefield, and I fell into the trap of the devouring devil clan. They captured me and brought me to the origin world, and I became their servant. Then, my master, Venerable Tiger, appeared and saved me. He taught me with great care and passed down his mantle to me. The white-haired old man fell into a painful memory. Under Tiger Master's careful guidance, he grew rapidly, but because of that, he was hunted down by his enemies. After Tiger Master died, he fought a fierce battle with an expert from the origin world. In the end, he fell into a space-time turbulence and then fell into an endless slumber. Not long ago, he had just woken up when he encountered a heavenly tribulation. Fortunately, he met Fang Chen. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. "This time, I have to thank you for your help," said the white-haired old man. "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. You and I are both from the heavenly tribulation, and your master, Tiger Master, sacrificed his life for the people of the heavenly tribulation. In comparison, I feel a little ashamed," said Fang Chen hurriedly. The white-haired old man shook his head. He sensed a familiar aura from Fang Chen, which was why he was willing to talk about his past with Fang Chen. Moreover, he was 100% sure that Fang Chen was from the heavenly tribulation and not a spy. Because he had the invincible Pluto King body and the perfect bloodline. These 2 points were enough to prove Fang Chen's identity. "How is the heavenly tribulation?" asked the white-haired old man. This was the question he was most concerned about. The heavenly tribulation has fallen into a crisis. If a supreme being appears, it is very likely to be destroyed by the devouring demon clan. Fang Chen's face became solemn. Unless he could complete the task, he was looking forward to other geniuses stepping into the supreme being realm. How can it be so easy to step into the supreme being realm? The white-haired old man shook his head. Back then, his master had cultivated with supreme being Fujian for countless years, but still could not step into the supreme being realm. In the Age of Doom, resources were scarce and the environment was harsh. It was even more difficult to step into the supreme being realm. Sigh. The white-haired old man sighed. Chapter 3766. The demon-devouring clan's leader was the Chaos Realm's nightmare. As time passed, the Chaos Realm had no more primes, and the origin world was developing faster and faster. It wouldn't be long before the demon-devouring clan's leader acted again, and the Chaos Realm wouldn't be able to stop him. Thinking of this, the white-haired elder couldn't help but sigh. The Chaos Realm had been so prosperous in the past. Different civilizations had clashed, geniuses had appeared, and hundreds of schools had competed. That had been the most glorious era. Back then, primes weren't legends, but real existences. Reaching the primal chaos realm wasn't an unreachable dream. It could be achieved as long as one worked hard. Although the white-haired elder hadn't experienced that era, he'd heard of the Dark Age. Before the Dark Age, there were dozens of primes in the Chaos Realm. And that didn't include the old monsters who'd lived for countless eras. However, because of the chaos and the darkness, the vitality of the Chaos Realm was greatly damaged, and the Supreme Stage experts suffered heavy casualties. In the following years, the demon-devouring clan's leader took the opportunity to launch the Battle of Gods, shattering the Chaos Realm and affecting all living beings. Sigh. The white-haired elder was melancholic. The Chaos Realm was in danger now, and they couldn't change the current situation. Many years ago, my master followed Supreme Fujian into the origin world in order to inflict serious damage on the demon-devouring race's nest and buy time for the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, did Prime's Fujian die? Fang Chen asked. That was the question he was most concerned about. Along the way, he'd always felt that Prime's Fujian hadn't died. His shadow could be seen in everything that had happened. The white-haired elder shook his head. He wasn't sure either. The methods of Primes aren't something we can understand. Prime's Fujian was very strong, and his talent wasn't any weaker than the demon-devouring clan's leaders, but he cared about the world and fell into the demon-devouring clan's trap. Perhaps Autarch Fujian hasn't perished. Perhaps he's in a deep slumber. When talking about Primes, he was moved and didn't dare to talk too much. When talking about the 4 generals under Prime's Fujian, he could tell Fang Chen with certainty that all 4 of them, including the Nether King and Tiger King, had died. Moreover, they had all died at the hands of the devouring demon clan. The reason he was able to survive was because he was heavily injured and had to flee into the spatial turbulence. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to carry on his master's last wish and do everything he could to buy time for the Chaos Realm. You have the perfect bloodline. You should be the chosen one of this generation, right? The white-haired old man asked. Fang Chen didn't try to hide anything. He told the white-haired old man that he had been sent into the cycle of reincarnation by the Grand Monarch at the end of the reincarnation path and reborn in the origin world. Even the great sovereign has appeared? The white-haired old man was at a loss. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He vaguely remembered that his master, Tiger Venerable, had once said that if the great sovereign at the end of the reincarnation road appeared one day, then the destruction of the Chaos Realm would not be far away. Senior, you seem to know something? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. He had always suspected that the Grand Monarch's true identity must have a powerful background, but he hadn't been able to find out. The white-haired old man shook his head. When your perfect bloodline transforms to the extreme, you will naturally know. At that time, you will be the hope of the entire Chaos Realm. Of course, the white-haired old man also told Fang Chen that the Grand Monarch wasn't a bad person and that he didn't need to worry too much. Your existence can't be known by the devouring demon clan. Otherwise, the Chaos Realm's plan will fail. The white-haired old man sized up Fang Chen seriously. He wanted to see what kind of ability the chosen one of this generation of the Chaos Realm was capable of. Boom! Lightning flashed in the sky. It seemed that the remaining power of the heavenly tribulation hadn't dissipated. The white-haired old man looked up and grabbed at the void. He instantly caught the lightning and squeezed it hard, causing it to explode with a loud bang. The dragon-slaying cave is a cultivation holy land established by the devouring demon clan experts in the life-forbidden zone. The white-haired old man said in a deep voice, "Since you can come in, it means that you have gained the trust of the devouring demon clan." Fang Chen nodded. "I have just recovered and my combat strength hasn't recovered to its peak. I can't help you, but I have to remind you to be careful of the world-shaking great demons." "What?" Fang Chen was surprised and hurriedly asked, "Senior, who is the world-shaking great demon? Why is it suppressed under the ancient mansion? Who had such great ability to suppress the world-shaking great demon?" Fang Chen's heart was filled with countless doubts. "The world-shaking great demon is related to the Chaos Realm, but I don't know the details and it's not convenient for me to say more. You just have to be careful," the white-haired old man said. "Next, I will leave the dragon-slaying cave and go to the core of the life-forbidden zone to gain experience. If I can come out alive, I will look for you." What he meant was that he might not be able to come out alive from the core of the life-forbidden zone. Senior. Fang Chen's expression changed. The white-haired old man got up. No need to ask more. One day you will know everything. As his voice fell, the white-haired old man disappeared. Fang Chen stood quietly in the same place, his mind full of complicated information. He summarized everything, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, he thought too much. Sigh. Fang Chen sighed and collected his thoughts. He gazed into the distance. Ever since he entered the cave of the dragon-slaying cave, everything that he had experienced was magical. Especially the primitive tribes and the white apes' attitude towards him. He even suspected that the white apes were friendly to him because they had received orders from the primitive tribes. And he couldn't think of a second person who had a connection with the primitive tribes other than Supreme Fujian. Only Supreme Fujian was qualified to contact the primitive tribes that could fight against the devouring demons. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and felt the burden on his body become heavier. Cultivate hard. Fang Chen clenched his fists and said to himself, at the core of the life-forbidden zone. After the white-haired old man left the dragon-slaying cave, he seemed to be guided through the void vortex channel and instantly arrived at the core of the life-forbidden zone. Here, smoke and a gray aura lingered. Have you made up your mind? A melodious voice slowly came. The white-haired old man was startled, then he clenched his teeth and said, I've made up my mind. If I can't carry on Master's last wish and buy time for the Chaos Realm, then what's the point of living? All right. Another voice came from the gray mist. Then, the white-haired old man found his body floating involuntarily. This is a dangerous journey. If you can come back, you are qualified to see the true face of my tribe. Hearing this, the white-haired old man nodded heavily. Whoosh! The void twisted, and the white-haired old man disappeared without a trace. In the gray mist, there was a disappointed sigh. Chapter 3767. Cave of the Slaying Dragon. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he could perform the second level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique, he felt that something was missing. After thinking for a long time, he finally realized that in order to cultivate the second level of the Vermilion Bird secret technique, he had to completely refine the thin Vermilion Bird bloodline absorbed from his perfect bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate the Vermilion Bird secret technique to the transformation realm. Whoosh! The sun rose and its rays shone on the earth. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stopped cultivating. He had been out for a long time. He needed to fulfill his promise with the great demon. At present, with his strength, he was almost invincible in the cave of the slaying dragon. However, he could not be careless because of this. After all, the cave of the slaying dragon had existed for a long time and was once a part of the life-forbidden zone. There might be some peerless powerhouses hidden there. The world-shaking Great Devil was a good example. Moreover, not long ago, Fang Chen had met the disciple of Tiger Venerable. All of this was enough to show that the cave of the slaying dragon was not simple. After the incident in the monster nest, the entire cave of the slaying dragon fell into a bloodbath. The geniuses from various manors who entered the cave of the slaying dragon to train went into hiding and did not dare to appear. Of course, there were some who wanted to seek riches in danger and died in the end. In front of a mountain stream, a waterfall flowed down and crashed against a huge rock, causing a rumbling sound to be heard. The surroundings were lush, but the stream was dyed red with blood. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dazzling sword light burst out from the waterfall and pierced into the scarlet stream at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Splash! After the sword light pierced into the stream, there was a huge explosion and the stream was blasted apart. Roar! An angry roar came from the stream. A huge figure covered in blood stared at the waterfall with its pitch-black eyes. Sword lunatic, are you really going to kill all of us? This person's body was as huge as a monster's body, but the blood of the devouring demon clan flowed in his body. He was Yao Yun, a disciple of the demon manor. Among the younger generation, he had fused with the body of a monstrous beast, which was extremely rare. This allowed his body to be as tough as an origin sacred weapon. At the same time, he had also perfectly fused his bloodline with the monstrous beast's bloodline, creating a terrifying blood. Because of this, he became a monster in human form in the eyes of everyone. His battle style was very simple. He relied on a pair of iron fists to forcefully smash his opponent into pieces. In the outside world, especially within the demon manor, almost no one dared to provoke him. After entering the dragon-slaying cave, Yao Yun obtained the inheritance of the monster race, which greatly improved the strength of his physical body. Moreover, he also obtained the Soul Dao attack technique. Cultivating both, his strength reached an unimaginable level. However, just as he was about to leave the place of cultivation in high spirits to spar with the other geniuses, he bumped into Sword Lunatic. The latter did not say a word and fought with him. In the beginning, Monster Cloud was still able to block Sword Lunatic's attacks with its huge body. However, when the latter used the Drunken Sword secret technique, he was finally defeated and could no longer hold on. Poof! As he spoke, another sword light shot out from the waterfall. Monster Cloud did not have any time to react and his body was pierced through. Blood flowed out and pain filled his entire body. His face was ferocious and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared in front of him. Buzz! The cascading waterfall suddenly stopped, and Sword Lunatic slowly walked out of it. He held a long sword in his hand and stared coldly at Monster Cloud. Back then, my sister went to the demon manor to seek knowledge but was brutally killed by the experts of the demon manor. At that time, I swore that one day I would kill everyone in the demon manor. Sword Lunatic said coldly. This time, he had no intention of letting the Monster Cloud leave alive. Fear filled Monster Cloud's heart. He wanted to escape but was completely locked down by Sword Lunatic. Sword Lunatic, you've gone too far. Monster Cloud said coldly. There are countless opportunities in the dragon-slaying cave, but it is also accompanied by great danger. Especially before this, it is said that a shocking demon has appeared. If you let me live, I will join forces with you to fight against the demon. How about that? At this point, he could only ask for peace. Otherwise, it would be disadvantageous for Monster Cloud to continue fighting. Hee. Sword Lunatic sneered. I did not participate in your sister's matter. It was the people of the Demon Dragon Mountain who did it. If you are willing to join forces with me, after I leave the dragon-slaying cave and return to the Demon Manor, I will immediately lead people to eliminate them. What do you think? Monster Cloud expressed that he would definitely give Sword Lunatic a satisfactory answer. But Sword Lunatic's actions showed his attitude. Whoosh! The Drunken Sword inheritance was fully displayed. Terrifying sword light intertwined and formed a huge sword net, trapping Monster Cloud who was trying to escape. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Monster Cloud's body continued to expand. He clenched his fists and attacked the sword net with brute force. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. As a top expert, he had his own pride. Since Sword Lunatic was forcing him, Monster Cloud had no other choice. As he punched out with his fists, he stomped his feet, and a power that seemed to have existed since ancient times suddenly appeared in his body. After sensing the ancient aura, Sword Lunatic's face changed. He increased his strength and wanted to destroy Monster Cloud as soon as possible. Fang Chen was strolling around. The dragon-slaying cave was huge, and it was not easy to find the remaining devouring demon tribe members. He could only rely on luck. Boom! Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble. Then, a terrifying wave of air spread from the distant horizon. What a strong battle! Is there someone fighting? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Apart from him, there were only devouring demon tribe members in the dragon-slaying cave. Then, there was no need to think about who was fighting. It's really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. Fang Chen grinned. Then, his body flashed and he quickly flew towards the mountain stream. Soon, he arrived at the mountain stream and saw the battle between Sword Lunatic and Monster Cloud. Sword Lunatic? Fang Chen recognized Sword Lunatic at a glance. At the same time, he sighed. This person's swordsmanship had improved a lot. He must have obtained some kind of inheritance. As for the other person, he had a human face and a beast body. He should be from the monster mansion. They are fighting? Fang Chen curled his lips. He was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he was ready to reap the benefits. Boom boom boom. Sword Lunatic's swordsmanship had completely suppressed Monster Cloud. Monster Cloud roared to the sky and his huge body exploded with bestial strength. He wanted to destroy the sword net. The battle between the two had reached its climax. Monster Cloud's body is special. I don't think he can hold on for long. Fang Chen said. Chapter 3768. As a genius of the demon manor, coupled with the body of a top ancient demonic beast, Yao Yun had a huge advantage over the rest of the world. At this moment, he had fully unleashed the power of his beast body, wanting to kill Sword Maniac. However, Sword Maniac's strength wasn't as simple as he had imagined. Especially after the latter had received the Drunken Sword inheritance, his sword skills had increased tremendously. Whoosh! Sword Maniac unleashed the Drunken Sword technique in a frenzy. Terrifying sword light crisscrossed and the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The battle between the two caused a huge commotion as Fang Chen watched quietly from afar. The sword net shrouded and restrained Yao Yun. The latter's body continued to expand as he tried to break free. However, Sword Maniac didn't give him any chance as he arrived before Yao Yun in an instant. Whoosh! Sword Maniac flicked his long sword and the tip of the sword emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, a loud sword cry resounded through the sky. In just one exchange, Yao Yun was completely suppressed by Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac! Yao Yun roared. He was a genius of the demon manor and couldn't die here. Let me go and the demon manor can give you anything you want. Yao Yun roared in anger. However, it was useless. Sword Maniac had already made his move and was about to kill Yao Yun. There was no way he would let him go. Die! Sword Maniac slapped his palm and the wine gourd on his waist floated in front of him. He opened the cork and the fragrance of wine filled the air. Sword Maniac opened his mouth and gulped down the wine. After a while, Sword Maniac threw the wine gourd away. At this time, the aura on his body also changed. It became incomparably heavy. Whoosh! He unleashed the Drunken Sword technique again, but this time, the sword technique was much stronger than before. Fang Chen's eyes twitched. He didn't expect Sword Maniac to have received the Drunken Sword inheritance. Is this the Drunken Sword inheritance that Sword Maniac has always wanted? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He observed Sword Maniac's sword technique seriously, trying to find a flaw. Boom! The sword aura was oppressive as the terrifying sword light crisscrossed and approached Yao Yun. At this moment, the monster cloud finally felt fear. It struggled with all its might and began to beg for mercy in a low voice. Madman Jian, we are both from the devouring demon clan. Why do we have to kill each other? The demon cloud said, if you let me go, I can give you the spots to cultivate in the 4 major branches, and also seed 10 cities within the demon manor for you to govern. How about it? This kind of spending was not small at all. Even Sword Lunatic was a little tempted. However, he knew very well that Yao Yun didn't have the final say in the cities within the demon manor's territory. No matter how great his potential was, it was impossible for the demon manor to cede 10 cities to a single genius. If they did so, it would cause the demon manor to be at a disadvantage in the competition between the other manors. He believed that the lord of the demon manor would never agree to such a thing. Right now, the monster cloud was in a state of madness. As long as he could live, he was willing to give up everything. Therefore, he wanted to use this to trick the mad swordsman. Unfortunately, Sword Lunatic had already seen through everything. Hee, do you think I, Sword Lunatic, am a fool? The mad swordsman stomped his foot and stabbed out with the longsword in his hand. The monster cloud roared at the sky. His body was imprisoned by the sword net and he couldn't move. He could only watch as the mad swordsman's longsword stabbed towards his head. His eyes widened and filled with horror. No, Sword Lunatic, you will regret this. As he roared in anger, the long sword instantly pierced through his head. Boom! His primordial spirit was shattered by the long sword, and his body fell to the ground. Dong! 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 The energy within Yao Yun's body exploded, and the terrifying energy shook the heavens. Whoosh! The mad swordsman stabbed the longsword in his hand into the ground. His body trembled slightly, and his face was a little pale. Although the battle with the monster cloud seemed to have been completely one-sided, he had actually suffered serious injuries. He was about to rest when he suddenly sensed a sharp aura approaching. As a sword cultivator, he was very sensitive to the aura of the sword Dao. He immediately discovered Fang Chen. The latter didn't hide and strolled over. It's you. The mad swordsman was a little surprised when he saw Fang Chen. You're still alive? He thought that Fang Chen had already died in the ancient mansion. He didn't expect to see him here. Are you that eager for me to die? Fang Chen shrugged and stared at the mad swordsman. The latter fell into silence. You want to kill me? The mad swordsman asked in a hoarse voice after a long time. What else? Fang Chen said. The chaotic world and the origin world were mortal enemies. If he let the mad swordsman go, the mad swordsman might lead an army to slaughter the living beings of the chaotic world. Ha ha! The mad swordsman sneered and walked towards Fang Chen. I respect your attainments in the sword Dao very much. I thought that you were different from others. Who would have thought that you would be such a hypocrite? Whoosh! While Fang Chen wasn't paying attention, the mad swordsman suddenly unsheathed his sword and stabbed towards Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen calmly raised his hand and blocked the mad swordsman's sword. The drunken sword inheritance? I'd like to experience it too. Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he licked his dry lips and said, as a sword cultivator, if he could defeat another powerful sword cultivator, it would definitely be a wonderful thing. Moreover, when he was watching the battle earlier, he realized that even though Sword Lunatic was able to kill Monster Cloud, he was still very confident that he would be able to defeat him. At least, not only did he have the invincible sword technique and the heaven-severing 5 strokes, he also had the Vermilion Bird secret skill. You! The mad swordsman's face changed drastically and his eyes turned cold. Bang! He shook his wrist and twisted the long sword as he quickly retreated. Boom! As he retreated, the long sword slashed out again. However, this time, the long sword directly cut through the void and a storm formed in an instant, forming a wind wall that shot towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the mad swordsman leaped and escaped into the waterfall. Gotcha! Fang Chen smashed the wind wall with a punch and realized that the mad swordsman had already escaped. He chased into the waterfall, but there was no one there. He spread out his divine consciousness in an attempt to find the mad swordsman. But to his disappointment, the mad swordsman seemed to have evaporated from this space, and did not leave any traces behind. What exactly is inside? Fang Chen frowned. He saw the mad swordsman enter the waterfall with his own eyes. Now that there was no trace left, he fell into deep thought. Boom, boom, boom. The waterfall roared as it flowed down. The mountain stream regained its calmness and the stream was dyed red with blood. The fragments of the monster cloud's body that had exploded were scattered around the stream. The entire mountain stream was no longer as lush as before. Instead, it was filled with smoke after a war. Fang Chen looked at the cave in the waterfall seriously. His intuition told him that there must be a secret passage in this cave. Chapter 3769. The waterfall that was flowing down made a roaring sound. Fang Chen turned his head to take a look. Outside the cave, smoke was everywhere and the smell of blood filled the air. He looked around the cave. His intuition told him that there must be a secret passage in this cave. Otherwise, how could Sword Lunatic escape? One must know. In the battle just now, Sword Lunatic had also suffered heavy injuries. Although he had received the Drunken Sword inheritance, his attainments in the Sword Dao were not invincible. Fang Chen was very clear of Sword Lunatic's true strength. He was sure that Sword Lunatic would not be able to escape from under his nose. Therefore, Fang Chen was sure that he would be able to find Sword Lunatic's escape route. Fang Chen frowned and squinted his eyes as he looked around. His powerful divine sense spread out, trying to find every corner of the cave. Suddenly, he saw a flash of light from the corner of his eye. He quickly ran to the corner. At this time, the corner had returned to normal. It was pitch black. Fang Chen squatted down and gently touched the corner with his finger. He was sure that there was a flash of light. What's going on? Fang Chen began to ponder. When his finger touched the cold wall, a chilling power drilled into his palm, causing his body to tremble. So cold. In that moment, Fang Chen felt that his primordial spirit was about to be frozen. This power was terrifying. Even though he was a ninth-order saint and his primordial spirit had already reached the nascent soul stage, he still felt that it was terrifying. Boom. The power in his body instantly burst forth and gathered in his palm. The terrifying light crisscrossed and covered his palm. He touched the cold wall again. This time, something strange happened. His power collided with the cold power of the wall and burst forth with a scorching light. The so-called limit of cold was scorching heat. After this power collided with the power in Fang Chen's body, Fang Chen was surprised that it could have such a change. At the same time, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with this corner. It was very likely that Sword Lunatic had escaped. He took out the Spirit Slayer sword and slashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light that filled the sky crisscrossed and gathered together, releasing the strongest sword strike that struck the cold corner. Crack! The corner of the wall shattered, and an extremely cold aura instantly filled the air. The entire cave, including the waterfall outside, was instantly frozen. Fang Chen's body seemed to be covered in a layer of silver armor. His primordial spirit was also spinning wildly in an instant, resisting the extremely terrifying cold aura. Boom! He swung his sword again. This time, the cold wall was completely shattered. When the wall fragments fell to the ground, a pitch-black cave came into view. At the entrance of the pitch-black cave there was a huge array. Countless golden lines intersected with each other, and on the golden lines there were complicated patterns. The circular formation blocked the entrance of the cave. What formation is this? Fang Chen had never seen such a profound array before. He was also an array master, and his attainments in array Dao were close to the top. He had never seen such an array before, and could not even understand it. He fell into deep thought. Apparently, this formation had isolated the passage behind him from the outside world. But why was Sword Lunatic able to escape from here? He used the Spirit Slayer sword to gently touch the crisscrossing lines. Immediately, the array was activated, and a scorching golden light burst out. An unparalleled power instantly sent him flying. Thump! Thump! After he stabilized his body, his heart was in turmoil. What a terrifying array! His pitch-black eyes stared at the array, trying to see through the array's trajectory. But he was disappointed. The array's trajectory was very complicated, and there was more than one path. Since Sword Lunatic could escape from here, there must be a flaw. Fang Chen thought. He decided to look for the flaw in the array. The agreement between him and the great demon was to kill all the demon devourers in the cave of the annihilating dragon. Sword Lunatic was his greatest enemy. Since he had severely injured him, there was no way he would let him escape. So, this time, he had to kill Sword Lunatic no matter what. Under the pitch-black night sky, dark red blood flowed, and the air was filled with a bloody and terrifying aura. A battered and exhausted figure covered in blood suddenly fell from the darkness and smashed onto the ground. If anyone was here, they would realize that this person was Sword Lunatic that Fang Chen was chasing. Looking carefully, his arms were broken, his blood was drained, and he was on the verge of death. But he still had a breath, and was not really dead. Sword Lunatic will never die. He held back his last bit of consciousness, and sucked out a pill from his chest. He swallowed it, and in the next second, he fell into a coma. This area was eerie and terrifying, and thunder fell from the sky, giving people a creepy feeling. Almost no one came here. But today there was one person, leading some of his remaining clansmen, and they were rushing towards the place where Sword Lunatic was unconscious. He was the patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan. "Are we really going there?" the Demonic Beast clan members asked. The patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan looked ferocious and slightly battered, but the aura on his body was enough to intimidate everyone. "I will definitely take revenge for my clan." He knew better than anyone how strong Fang Chen's potential was, and he could not give him any chance to grow. Therefore, he had to step into this terrifying place and find the legendary ghost artifact. If he could find it, he believed that his clan could regain control of the entire cave of the annihilating dragons, and even have a chance to challenge the shocking demon under the ancient mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chilly winds blew in the air. This area was called the Devil's Land, and few people dared to come here. Even the patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan was not willing to come here in the past. But there was no other way. His clan was facing a disaster, and might even be wiped out. He had to stand up and come here to find the legendary ghost artifact. "Damn you, all of this is caused by you. After I get the ghost artifact, I will kill you." The patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan hated Fang Chen so much that he gritted his teeth. As they continued to go deeper, the Demonic Beast clan members began to be unable to bear it. After the eerie and terrifying aura drilled into their bodies, it destroyed their internal organs, and their bodies began to twitch and tremble. Buzz. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan waved his hand, and a scorching power enveloped his clansmen, blocking the eerie aura of the Devil's Land for them. "Patriarch, we can't take it anymore," a clansman said in a hoarse voice. If they continued to go forward, they would most likely die here. Only these people were left in their clan. The rest had died at the hands of Fang Chen. The patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan fell into silence. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed every inch of the Devil's Land. He wanted to see if he could find any clues about the ghost artifact. "My clan has existed since the creation of the origin world, but we have been suppressed by the devouring demon clan. That is why we are in such a situation. I don't believe that my clan will be wiped out." The patriarch of the Demonic Beast clan suddenly opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Chapter 3770. Even Fang Chen did not expect that he would be troubled by a formation for so long. Whoosh! It had been 3 years. The golden stripes at the entrance of the cave were still emitting a scorching light. All the stripes seemed motionless, but in fact, as long as Fang Chen touched the stripes, it would cause a great change, and cause a strong repulsion from the formation. Although Fang Chen was not afraid of the repulsion from the formation, he could not break it by force. Moreover, he found that the formation was very mysterious. If he tried to break it by force, it was very likely that he would destroy the entire passage. In other words, the formation had the ability to self-destruct. Once it felt a strong external pressure, it would self-destruct. Whoosh! Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. 3 years ago, after he had defeated the sword maniac, the latter had charged into the waterfall and disappeared without a trace. In the end, after searching for some clues, Qin Nan had determined that the sword maniac's target was this tunnel. Why was sword maniac able to enter, but I was trapped? Fang Chen could not understand. Was it because sword maniac had obtained the drunken sword inheritance? 3 years was just the blink of an eye for a 5 elements Saint Realm expert. After all, their cultivation time was measured in epoch. Just as he was about to rest, the vermilion bird bloodline in his body suddenly changed. Fang Chen looked inside himself and was shocked. In the past 3 years, he had been obsessed with studying the golden striped formation and neglected the changes in his body. He did not expect the vermilion bird bloodline to have transformed to this extent. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind moved and the vermilion bird bloodline in his perfect bloodline was instantly removed. A vast and ancient aura spread out and a terrifying divine beast aura instantly filled the void. Vermilion bird? Fang Chen felt an immense pressure. He lifted his head and vaguely saw that the aura emanating from the bloodline above his head had condensed into the phantom of a vermilion bird. So powerful! Although it was just a shadow, it was enough to shock Fang Chen. Is this the legendary ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird? Roar! Suddenly, the vermilion bird's shadow let out a loud and clear cry. Then, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. At first, Fang Chen was at a loss and did not know what to do. However, when he completely immersed himself in it, he discovered that although the vermilion bird's image seemed to be flying casually, upon closer inspection, its flight path was extremely clear. It seemed to be outlining a great world. This is... Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. He immediately sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave and looked at the sky across the waterfall. Roar! The vermilion bird phantom soared through the void. Every time it flapped its wings, it would trigger a spatial storm. At this very moment, Fang Chen couldn't help but use the vermilion bird's secret technique. Furthermore, what surprised him the most was that as soon as he executed the vermilion bird's secret technique, everything that he had cultivated previously was instantly integrated into his body. The first level of the vermilion bird's secret technique, burning blood. The second level of the vermilion bird's secret technique, burning primordial spirit. One move after another was imprinted in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen dreamed of the ancient times and saw the divine beast, the vermilion bird, fighting in all directions and burning the world with scorching flames. It was a very spectacular scene. His heart was surging with excitement. This is... He looked at the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, in front of him. He wanted to touch it, but he realized that the vermilion bird's huge body was surrounded by flames. It passed through his body and walked into the endless darkness. I've lived my life to stop the chaos of the darkness. Suddenly, the vermilion bird turned its head and stared at Fang Chen with its huge eyes. It said in a deep voice, "As long as the darkness is not extinguished, I will not die." As soon as it finished speaking, the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, disappeared into the endless darkness. In an instant, the world turned upside down and peace was restored. However, Fang Chen's consciousness also returned to his body. Dong dong dong. The power in his body vibrated, and the perfect bloodline completely stripped the vermilion bird's bloodline. This was because the vermilion bird's bloodline was abnormally powerful. If it continued to be refined, the perfect bloodline would not be able to withstand its power. In the sky, the vermilion bird's shadow was still spreading its wings and soaring. After an unknown period of time, Fang Chen woke up from his coma. He felt sore all over. When he looked up, the vermilion bird's shadow had already disappeared. What did I see? He was sure that the vermilion bird's bloodline in his body had been stripped from the perfect bloodline and then condensed into a vermilion bird's shadow that spread its wings and soared in the sky. Moreover, he also dreamed of the ancient times and saw the divine beast, the vermilion bird, conquering the world. Could it be that what I saw was real? Fang Chen recalled what the divine beast, the vermilion bird, said before entering the endless darkness. As long as the darkness was not extinguished, it would exist forever. He was quite shocked. At the same time, he was also curious. Had the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, really died? Or was it really like what he saw in his dream of the ancient times? Was the vermilion bird not dead, but suppressed the chaos of the darkness in a certain void? Fang Chen thought of a lot of things. He even felt that the divine beast, the vermilion bird, might have sacrificed itself in exchange for the golden age of the chaotic realm for a long time. He realized the power of the vermilion bird's bloodline and the secrets contained in the vermilion bird's secret technique. This is ridiculous. He used to think that the vermilion bird secret technique that Huang Tian had was not the orthodox secret technique of the vermilion bird at all. However, after the previous scene, he realized that the vermilion bird secret technique was not simple. Buzz. He immediately activated the vermilion bird secret technique and was soon dumbfounded. Because the secret technique that he used was completely different from the one that he had cultivated before. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. What happened? Why did the vermilion bird secret technique change? He thought carefully. Could it be the bloodline of the vermilion bird? That's right. Fang Chen slapped his head. In his dream of the ancient times, the vermilion bird was bathed in flames and passed through his body. He didn't notice it at that time, but now that he thought about it, he could clearly feel that a flame from the vermilion bird's body was left in his body. Could it be that the flame and the bloodline of the vermilion bird caused the vermilion bird secret technique to transform into the real vermilion bird secret technique? Thinking of this, Fang Chen sighed and was surprised at the same time. No matter what, the ancient divine beast, the vermilion bird, was a top expert that had suppressed an era. If he could completely accept the real vermilion bird secret technique and the bloodline of the vermilion bird, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Or he might even step into the legendary supremacy realm. The divine beast, the vermilion bird, the chaos of the darkness, the endless darkness. Fang Chen muttered to himself as if he wanted to find some connection to this era from this. Chapter 3771. Dragon-Slaying Cave, Devil's Land. Under the dark moonlight, one couldn't even see one's fingers in front of one's face. However, in this eerie and terrifying region, there was a figure holding a long sword as he fought with a zombie. Crack! The crisscrossing sword light was filled with the fragrance of wine. This was Sword Maniac honing his drunken sword technique. His opponent was a zombie that had been dead for countless years. He could feel that the zombie was a big shot when he was alive. Although he had been dead for many years, his resentment had not been extinguished. Since you're dead, let me destroy your last trace of resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, Sword Lunatic let out a low growl. The long sword in his hand spun violently and instantly smashed the head of the zombie that was attacking him. Boom! When the zombie's head was smashed, its entire body collapsed. The bones that fell to the ground were instantly corroded by the cold aura and disappeared in the long river of time. Buzz! Sword Maniac raised his hand and the wine gourd flew into the air. Sweet wine spilled out and dripped into Sword Maniac's mouth. Gulp! His throat kept moving and after a long time, he stopped drinking in satisfaction. At this moment, the long sword in his hand was filled with the fragrance of wine. At the same time, he could feel the long sword trembling and letting out a loud sword cry. Is this the real drunken sword technique? Swordsman Lunatic mumbled to himself as his eyes glowed with a shocking radiance. It had been 3 years. To him, these 3 years were worse than death. However, the culprit behind all this was Fang Chen. I won't let you go. A crazed look surfaced in Sword Maniac's eyes. In the beginning, He was severely injured and escaped to Devil's Land. He was almost killed by the zombies here. Now, he had dominated a region and no zombies dared to step into it. Once they stepped into it, they would be like the zombie that had just disappeared. Huff. Sword Maniac took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in his heart. When I completely conquer Devil's Land, it will be your time of death. Sword Maniac believed that once he conquered Devil's Land and commanded all the zombies, he would be able to dominate Dragon Slaying Cave and kill Fong Chen. 1. However, at this moment, a blazing light suddenly shot up from the core of the Devil's Land, breaking the silence of the night sky. What's that? In an instant, all the zombies in the Devil's Land rushed toward the core area. As for Sword Lunatic, he naturally sensed the blazing light that soared into the sky. 1. The humming of the sword became louder and louder. The power in his body seemed to be about to burst out. His eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. He almost subconsciously shouted a sentence. The second half of the drunken sword technique? All of a sudden, Sword Lunatic's eyes were filled with a crazed blazing light. Ever since he had mastered the first half of the drunken sword technique, he had been searching for the second half of the drunken sword technique. He had sensed a trace of the drunken sword inheritance's chi from the light that had soared into the sky. He was certain that the second half of the drunken sword technique had appeared. Let's go. His figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the core area of the Devil's Land, there was a strange altar. Under the altar, many members of the demonic beast clan stood. The ancestor of the demonic beast clan clasped his hands together and worshipped the strange altar devoutly. Kacha. Behind him, the faces of the demonic beast clan members were filled with horror as they kept retreating. They would never have thought that the ancestor would sacrifice his own demonic beast clan members in order to obtain the ghost artifact. Crash! The body of a demonic beast clan member flew uncontrollably toward the altar and was instantly enveloped by the light that rushed out from the altar. Crash! Blood splattered all over the altar. Soon, the blood dried up and was absorbed by the altar. At the same time, the cracks on the altar became bigger and bigger. The blazing light soared into the sky, alarming the entire Devil's Land. The eyes of the patriarch of the demonic beast race burned with excitement. The ghost artifact is mine, he shouted in his heart. Crash! Another demonic beast clan member sacrificed his life and blood to open the altar. Ancestor! Some of the demonic beast clan members collapsed to the ground, while others had tears in their eyes. Is it worth it? However, the ancestor of the demonic beast clan had long been blinded by hatred. He stared coldly at his demonic beast clan members and said in a cold voice, "My descendants, I will remember your sacrifice. Your death will be exchanged for the eternal prosperity of my demonic beast clan. You are the heroes of my demonic beast clan." Soon, dozens of demonic beast clan members were sacrificed. The movement of the strange altar was getting louder and louder. The first batch of zombies had already arrived. They let out angry roars and fought with the demonic beast clan members. "Stop them for me. No one can ruin my plan." The demonic beast clan fell into a state of madness. The turmoil in the Devil's Land did not affect Fong Chen's enlightenment. He dreamt back to the ancient times. In a dream of 100 years, he personally felt the power of the ancient divine beast Vermilion Bird and the mystery of the Vermilion Bird secret technique. At this moment, he felt that he had mastered the true Vermilion Bird secret technique. With a flick of his wrist, the core of the Vermilion Bird secret technique appeared in his palm, emitting a bright light. "I see." He could not help but sigh. Fortunately, he had absorbed a thin trace of the Vermilion Bird bloodline in Huang Tian's body. This caused him to dream back to the ancient times and see the scene of the Vermilion Bird entering the endless darkness and stopping the chaos. He was quite emotional. At the same time, he was even more grateful that he was able to obtain the true Vermilion Bird secret technique. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and came back to his senses. The vermilion bird phantom had disappeared and the sky was dark again. He turned his head and found that the golden striped array seemed to have been affected by the aura of the vermilion bird phantom and had undergone a slight change. Fang Chun exclaimed softly and was shocked to discover that some of the operation trajectories of the golden striped array were clearly imprinted in his mind. He could not help but suspect that all of this was caused by the vermilion bird phantom, as expected of the ancient divine beast vermilion bird. Even if it was just a phantom, it could release such a vast pressure that it could change the operation trajectory of the golden striped array. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and a burning look appeared on his face. The golden striped array had changed its operation trajectory. In this way, wouldn't it be easy for him to break this array? Thinking of this, he quickly walked to the entrance of the passage that was blocked by the golden striped array. His dark eyes stared at the operation trajectory of the golden striped array. At the same time, the incantation of the vermilion bird secret technique in his body was activated again. Since the operation trajectory had changed because of the pressure of the vermilion bird phantom, then if he used the true vermilion bird secret technique and combined it with the vermilion bird bloodline, it should have an unexpected effect. Chapter 3772. Sword Maniac was the first to reach the center of the Devil's Land. He saw an endless wave of darkness, and upon closer inspection, there were countless rotting corpses. These rotting corpses carried an eerie and terrifying aura, which was extremely compatible with the aura of the Devil's Land. Sword Maniac's pupils shrank as he felt the strength of the rotting corpses. He could not help but take a step back, holding his long sword in front of his chest, ready for any sudden danger. Roar! The rotting corpses let out angry roars, but they ignored Sword Maniac as they charged past him. What's going on? Sword Maniac could feel the terrifying killing intent from the rotting corpses, but they ignored him even though he was standing there. He finally saw the source of the rotting corpses. Altar? There was an eerie altar there, and there was a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the altar. His hands were forming a complicated seal, and there was blood flowing out from his body, as if he was nourishing the altar. Sword Maniac immediately recognized the old ancestor of the beasts, who was using the blood of his clansmen as a sacrifice to the altar. I can feel the second half of the drunken sword art in the altar. Sword Maniac's eyes were burning with passion. The drunken sword art was extremely important to him. If he could obtain the second half, he would be able to touch the threshold of the Supreme Being realm. This was a rare opportunity, and he had to fight for it even if it was dangerous. Humph! Sword Maniac snorted, and he immediately gathered his thoughts. His body flashed, and he blended into the army of rotting corpses, trying to destroy the old ancestor's plan. However, at this moment, the old ancestor of the beasts had already given his all. His eyes were bloodshot, and he no longer had a way out. He could only fight with his life on the line. Stop them for me. The old ancestor of the beasts ordered with a ferocious expression. The remaining clansmen were using their lives to stop the rotting corpses. Get lost. The demonic beast clansmen revealed their true forms one after another and began to fight with the zombies. However, this was the Devil's Land, and they were no match for the rotting corpses. Soon, the beasts suffered heavy losses. Voila! The demonic beast patriarch flicked his wrist, and a suction force appeared, sucking one of the demonic beasts onto the altar. The demonic beast patriarch trembled, but he had no choice. For the race. The old ancestor of the demonic beasts said in a hoarse voice. If our race can rise again, we will definitely not forget the lives you have sacrificed. Fang Chen was completely unaware of the turmoil in the Devil's Land. He was immersed in deciphering the golden striped array formation. At this moment, the vermilion bird blood in his body resonated with the vermilion bird's phantom, and the vermilion bird's power gradually seeped into the golden striped array formation. Crack! There was a change in the operation of the golden stripe. One of the golden stripes was interrupted, causing the operation of the entire golden striped formation to slow down. Fang Chen stared intently at the golden striped array and quickly found a loophole. Break! He unleashed the vermilion bird secret technique to amplify the power of the vermilion bird and instantly reversed the trajectory of the golden striped spell formation. Reverse the universe! Fang Chen growled and pressed his hands on the golden stripes. Following that, a vast amount of power could be heard frantically crashing against the golden striped formation. After a while, with a boom, the golden striped formation shattered and the entrance of the cave appeared in front of him. There was no obstruction. Fang Chen couldn't care less. With a leap, he jumped into the hole. Buzz! In the pitch-black tunnel, Fang Chen quickly moved forward. He spread out his divine sense to prevent any accidents from happening. After some time, Fang Chen felt his eyes brighten. Following that, he felt a terrifying power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Crack! The armor on the surface of his skin instantly appeared and blocked the terrifying power. What is this place? Fang Chen opened his eyes and found himself in a dark and gloomy place. Could it be? He thought of a legend. It's actually true. The Devil's Land only existed in legends. Ever since the powerhouses of the devouring demon race joined forces to transform the dragon-slaying cave, the Devil's Land had completely disappeared. He didn't expect that after so many years, he would accidentally enter the Devil's Land. There's a huge movement ahead. Fang Chen sensed that there was a huge movement in the center of the Devil's Land. It seemed that someone was fighting. He leaped up and floated in midair, looking up. Rotten corpses? Countless rotting corpses rushed towards the altar like walking corpses. Coincidentally, there was a familiar figure on the altar. Monster race? Fang Chen realized the seriousness of the situation. Sacrificing the lives and bloodlines of his people to the altar? What is he trying to do? Fang Chen thought quickly. At this moment, he saw a shocking sword light soaring into the sky from the army of zombies. His face instantly darkened. After comprehending the Tao for 3 years, he finally broke the golden striped formation in order to kill Sword Maniac. Now, he finally saw him again. Sword Maniac. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, his anger soaring to the sky. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after Sword Maniac. After all, the current situation was not optimistic. He wanted to understand what the monster race was trying to do. Why was Sword Maniac in the army of zombies? What were these zombies protecting? He saw the battle between the zombies and the monster race from afar. Gotcha. Although the zombies had no intelligence, they were very loyal. Even if they died, they would protect the altar. Therefore, even if the zombies fell, there would be more zombies rushing up to fight with the monster race. Poochie. Soon, the monster race could not hold on any longer. At this moment, Sword Maniac took advantage of the fierce battle between the zombies and the monster race to rush to the altar. Buzz! Dazzling sword light bloomed like fireworks and instantly slashed toward the monster race's ancestor. Boom! 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 The monster race's ancestor turned around and blocked the sword light with his bare hands. It's you. The monster race's ancestor's face darkened. You want to stop me? There's something I want here. Sword Maniac said coldly. If it was any other time, the monster race's ancestor would have already taken action. However, it was different now. The Devil's Land was too strange and the zombie army was endless. If he could not stop them, all his previous efforts would be in vain. So, he wanted to join forces with Sword Maniac. You can see the current situation. The zombie army is endless. If they rush over, we won't get anything. The monster race's ancestor said. Since you and I have something in the altar, why don't we put aside our differences and join forces to fight the enemy? Chapter 37-73. The Nether King used his last bit of strength to help Fang Chun cultivate the undefeatable Nether King body. This could be considered his final effort for the Chaos Realm. The words that came into Fang Chen's ears were sad and touched his heart. Could it be that all the Almighties had died in the hands of the demon-devouring race? How could such a terrifying race be born in this world? Such a race was too heaven-defying and had gone against the heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. Fang Chen felt that the road ahead was too long. Senior Nether King, have a safe journey. His eyes were unusually firm as he bowed to the dark void. The Nether King had completely disappeared, but he had helped Fang Chen immensely. Is this the undefeatable Nether King body? Fang Chen checked his body carefully and realized that his current physique had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to the Chaos Sword body back then. What surprised him the most was, the Nether King had helped him cultivate the undefeatable Nether King body and the Chaos Sword body. The uniqueness of both remained. More importantly, the Nether King had been trapped here for countless years and had continuously studied the characteristics of the demon-devouring race and merged them into his undefeatable Nether King body. This way Fang Chen had inherited the undefeatable Nether King body, and the aura that he emitted was exactly the same as the demon-devouring race. Phew! Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as a smile appeared on his face. This way, he would not be doubted when he walked out of the Devil's Pool. After all, Xiaoyao Ho had made an exception and allowed him to cultivate in the Devil's Pool in order to activate the demon-devouring bloodline. Crack! Without the support of the Nether King, the void became chaotic and Fang Chen's body rose uncontrollably. Soon, he broke through the dark void and returned to the Devil's Pool. Buzz! As soon as he returned to the Devil's Pool, the undefeatable Nether King body released a strong suction force and crazily absorbed the demon-devouring power in the Devil's Pool. Rumble! The calm Devil's Pool began to shake. Xiaoyao Ho had just come out of seclusion and sensed the Devil's Pool's movements. With a thought, he appeared above the Devil's Pool. Looking over, he suddenly realized that there was something wrong. Inside the Devil's Pool, there was a terrifying whirlpool. Inside the whirlpool, there was a vague figure. Have you activated your bloodline? A look of joy appeared on Xiaoyao Ho's face. Looking at the situation, the bloodline that Lin Chun had activated was definitely not weak. Perhaps, after countless years, the carefree palace would once again have a genius that could be sent to the 4 major branches. Xiaoyao Ho was very excited and had been waiting patiently. Moon Palace in a hidden secret realm. After Elder Yun sensed the movement of the Devil's Pool, a cold smile appeared on his face. Deng deng deng, the Lunar Palace's palace master came to visit. Old Yun, what's going on? He was somewhat worried that there would be a problem with the Devil Pool. Old Yun waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down. Then, he took out a go board. The Lunar Palace's palace master was distracted, unable to focus. For the Devil's Pool to have such turbulence, it means that the guy called Lin Chun has been completely dissolved by the Devil's Pool. Old Yun said with a smile. According to his conjecture, the Devil's Pool was absorbing the remaining energy in Lin Chen's body. When the two collided, the repulsion was too great, causing the Devil's Pool to shake. That means Lin Chen is completely dead. The Moon Palace master's eyes lit up. His goal was to kill Lin Chen. Only then would the Moon Palace be able to suppress the military palace. He's just a sage emperor. How can he escape from me? Old Yun was extremely confident. His finger lightly touched the go board. When the black go piece landed on the board, the situation instantly changed. I've won. Old Yun chuckled. Old Yun's go skills are superb. This junior admires you, the Moon Palace master said respectfully. You're just too impatient, said Old Yun. The Moon Palace master smiled awkwardly. The main thing is that the Marquis has already come out of seclusion. He's waiting outside the Devil's Pool. I'm afraid that something unexpected might happen. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already been in the Devil's Pool for 3 years. During this time, the Devil's Pool had never stopped shaking. The more he waited, the more excited Xiaoyaohou became. As for the Moon Palace's side, they were somewhat unable to hold themselves back. What's going on? Why hasn't the Devil's Pool calmed down after 3 years? The Moon Palace master couldn't hold herself back and wanted to investigate. On this day, he arrived below the Devil's Pool and looked up. Xiaoyaohou sat cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. Rumble at this moment. The Devil's Pool let out an unprecedented shaking sound. Then, the whirlpool in the Devil's Pool suddenly shattered. The Devil's Pool crazily spun, forming a huge wave that soared into the sky. The Moon Palace master was stunned. The liquid in the Devil's Pool carried an extremely strong power as it soared into the sky. He instantly felt the world around him being suppressed. Xiaoyaohou opened his eyes. Is it over? He muttered to himself. He could vaguely see a figure standing proudly at the peak of the wave. Crack! Fine cracks began to appear in the surrounding array formation. Boom! After the huge wave soared into the sky, it suddenly exploded. Raindrops filled the sky, sweeping over. Amidst the raindrops, a figure swooped down. Dong! Dust flew up and the raindrops fell. Fang Chen stood proudly at the peak of the Devil's Pool. That is, the Moon Palace master, who had just stabilized himself with great difficulty, looked like he had seen a ghost when he saw Fang Chen. He forcefully rubbed his eyes and looked again. Impossible! He cried out involuntarily. Old Yun had personally made a move. How could he survive? However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure. He looked up and saw that Xiaoyaohou was ignoring him. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly ran back to the Moon Palace's secret realm. At the peak of the Devil's Pool, when everything calmed down, Xiaoyaohou sized up Fang Chen and grinned. Not bad. You have activated the superior demon devouring bloodline. From now on, your future is limitless. Superior bloodlines were very rare even in the Xiaoyao prefecture. Xiaoyaohou felt that it was a wise decision to make an exception and let the military palace commander enter the Devil's Pool to cultivate. Fang Chen's body was shrouded in a black aura. Whoosh! He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xiaoyaohou could not recognize the invincible Hell King physique. If that was the case, he was much more relieved. Thank you, Lord Marquis, for your guidance. He cupped his fists and thanked Xiaoyaohou. However, I have something to report to you. What is it? Xiaoyaohou was very happy and asked with a smile. After I entered the Devil's Pool to cultivate, someone secretly tampered with it and tried to kill me. Fang Chen told Xiaoyaohou everything that had happened back then. After the latter heard it, he was furious. Crack! The void was directly shattered by Xiaoyaohou's kick. His face was cold and full of anger. Someone actually dared to do such a thing in my Xiaoyao prefecture. He promised Fang Chen, go back and rest. I will personally investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Xiaoyaohou's eyes were cold as he looked into the distance. He thought of the Moon Palace master who came to the foot of the mountain not long ago.